Section 15 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Broek, the Dutch Paradise. It has long been a matter of discussion and controversy among the pious and the learned as to the situation of the terrestrial paradise whence our first parents were exiled. This question has been put to rest by certain of the faithful in Holland, who have decided in favor of the village of Broek, about 6 miles from Amsterdam. It may not, they observe, correspond in all respects to the description of the Garden of Eden, handed down from days of yore, but it comes nearer to their ideas of a perfect paradise than any other place on earth. This eulogium induced me to make some inquiries as to this favored spot in the course of a sojourn at the city of Amsterdam, and the information I procured fully justified the enthusiastic praises I had heard. The village of Broek is situated in Waterland, in the midst of the greenest and richest pastures of Holland, I may say of Europe. These pastures are the source of its wealth, for it is famous for its dairies, and for those oval cheeses which regale and perfume the whole civilized world. The population consists of about 600 persons, comprising several families which have inhabited the place since time immemorial, and have waxed rich on the products of their meadows. They keep all their wealth among themselves, intermarrying and keeping all strangers at a wary distance. They are a hard money people, and remarkable for turning the penny the right way. It is said to have been an old rule, established by one of the primitive financiers and legislators of Broek, that no one should leave the village with more than 6 guilders in his pocket, or return with less than 10. A shrewd regulation, well worthy the attention of modern political economists, who are so anxious to fix the balance of trade. What, however, renders Broek so perfect an Elysium in the eyes of all true Hollanders is the matchless height to which the spirit of cleanliness is carried there. It amounts almost to a religion among the inhabitants, who pass the greater part of their time rubbing and scrubbing and painting and varnishing. Each housewife vies with her neighbor in her devotion to the scrubbing brush, as zealous Catholics do in their devotion to the cross. And it is said, a notable housewife of the place in days of yore is held in pious remembrance and almost canonized as a saint, for having died of pure exhaustion and chagrin in an ineffectual attempt to scour a black man white. These particulars awakened my ardent curiosity to see a place which I pictured to myself the very fountainhead of certain hereditary habits and customs prevalent among the descendants of the original Dutch settlers of my native state. I accordingly lost no time in performing a pilgrimage to Broek. Before I reached the place, I beheld symptoms of the tranquil character of its inhabitants. A little clump-built boat was in full sail along the lazy bosom of a canal, but its sail consisted of the blades of 2 paddles, stood on end, while the navigator sat steering with a 3rd paddle in the stern, crouched down like a toad, with a slouched hat drawn over his eyes. I presumed him to be some nautical lover on the way to his mistress. After proceeding a little farther, I came in sight of the harbor or port of destination of this drowsy navigator. This was the Broekenmeer, an artificial basin or sheet of olive-green water, tranquil as a milk pond. On this the village of Broek is situated, and the borders are laboriously decorated with flower beds, box trees clipped into all kinds of ingenious shapes and fancies, and little lust houses or pavilions. I alighted outside of the village, for no horse nor vehicle is permitted to enter its precincts, lest it should cause defilement of the well-scoured pavements. Shaking the dust off my feet, therefore, I prepared to enter, with due reverence and circumspection, this sanctum sanctorum of Dutch cleanliness. I entered by a narrow street, paved with yellow bricks, laid edgewise, and so clean that one might eat from them. Indeed, they were actually worn deep, not by the tread of feet, but by the friction of the scrubbing brush. The houses were built of wood, and all appeared to have been freshly painted, of green, yellow, and other bright colors. They were separated from each other by gardens and orchards, and stood at some little distance from the street, with wide areas or courtyards, paved in mosaic, with variegated stones, polished by frequent rubbing. The areas were divided from the street by curiously wrought railings or balustrades of iron surmounted with brass and copper balls, scoured into dazzling effulgence. The very trunks of the trees in front of the houses were by the same process made to look as if they had been varnished. The porches, doors, and window frames of the houses were of exotic woods, curiously carved and polished like costly furniture. The front doors are never opened, excepting on christenings, marriages, or funerals. On all ordinary occasions, visitors enter by the back door. In former times, persons, when admitted, had to put on slippers, but this oriental ceremony is no longer insisted upon. A poor devil Frenchman, who attended upon me as cicerone, boasted with some degree of exultation of a triumph of his countrymen over the stern regulations of the place. During the time that Holland was overrun by the armies of the French Republic, a French general, surrounded by his whole état-major, who had come from Amsterdam to view the wonders of Broek, applied for admission at one of these tabooed portals. The reply was that the owner never received anyone who did not come introduced by some friend. "Very well," said the general. "Take my compliments to your master, and tell him I will return here tomorrow with a company of soldiers, pour parler raison avec mon ami Hollandais." Terrified at the idea of having a company of soldiers billeted upon him, the owner threw open his house, entertained the general and his retinue with unwonted hospitality, though it is said it cost the family a month's scrubbing and scouring to restore all things to exact order after this military invasion. My vagabond informant seemed to consider this one of the greatest victories of the Republic. I walked about the place in mute wonder and admiration. A dead stillness prevailed around, like that in the deserted streets of Pompeii. No sign of life was to be seen, excepting now and then a hand and a long pipe, and an occasional puff of smoke out of the window of some lusthouse overhanging a miniature canal, and on approaching a little nearer, the periphery in profile of some robustious burgher. Among the grand houses pointed out to me were those of Klaas Bakker and Cornelius Bakker, richly carved and gilded, with flower gardens and clipped shrubberies, and that of the great Ditmus, who, my poor devil cicerone informed me in a whisper, was worth 2 millions. All these were mansions, shut up from the world, and only kept to be cleaned. After having been conducted from one wonder to another of the village, I was ushered by my guide into the grounds and gardens of Mynheer Brooker, another mighty cheese manufacturer, worth 80,000 guilders a year. I had repeatedly been struck with the similarity of all that I had seen in this amphibious little village to the buildings and landscapes on Chinese platters and teapots. But here I found the similarity complete, for I was told that these gardens were modelled upon Van Braam's description of those of Yenmin in China. Here were serpentine walks with trellised borders, winding canals with fanciful Chinese bridges, flower beds resembling huge baskets with the flower of Love Lies Bleeding falling over to the ground. But mostly had the fancy of Mynheer Brooker been displayed about a stagnant little lake, on which a corpulent-like pinnace lay at anchor. On the border was a cottage, within which were a wooden man and woman seated at table, and a wooden dog beneath, all the size of life. On pressing a spring, the woman commenced spinning, and the dog barked furiously. On the lake were wooden swans, painted to the life, some floating, others on the nest among the rushes, while a wooden sportsman, crouched among the bushes, was preparing his gun to take deadly aim. In another part of the garden was a dominie, in his clerical robes, with wig, pipe, and cocked hat, and mandarins with nodding heads, amid red lions, green tigers, and blue hares. Last of all, the heathen deities in wood and plaster, male and female, naked and bare-faced as usual, and seeming to stare with wonder at finding themselves in such strange company. My shabby French guide, while he pointed out all these mechanical marvels of the garden, was anxious to let me see that he had too polite a taste to be pleased by them. At every new knick-knack he would screw down his mouth, shrug up his shoulders, take a pinch of snuff, and exclaim, "Ma foi, monsieur, ces Hollandais sont forts pour ces bêtises-là." To attempt to gain admission to any of these stately abodes was out of the question, having no company of soldiers to enforce a solicitation. I was fortunate enough, however, through the aid of my guide, to make my way into the kitchen of the illustrious Ditmus, and I question whether the parlour would have proved more worthy of observation. The cook, a little wiry, hook-nosed woman, worn thin by incessant action and friction, was bustling about among her kettles and saucepans, with the scullion at her heels, both clattering in wooden shoes, which were as clean and white as the milk pails. Rows of vessels of brass and copper, regiments of pewter dishes and portly porringers gave resplendent evidence of the intensity of their cleanliness. The very trammels and hangers in the fireplace were highly scoured, and the burnished face of the good St. Nicholas shone forth from the iron plate of the chimney-back. Among the decorations of the kitchen was a printed sheet of woodcuts, representing the various holiday customs of Holland, with explanatory rhymes. Here I was delighted to recognize the jollities of New Year's Day, the festivities of Paas and Pinkster, and all the other merry-makings handed down in my native place from the earliest times of New Amsterdam, and which had been such bright spots in the year in my childhood. I eagerly made myself master of this precious document for a trifling consideration, and bore it off as a memento of the place, though I question if, in so doing, I did not carry off with me the whole current literature of Broek. I must not omit to mention that this village is the paradise of cows as well as men. Indeed, you would almost suppose the cow to be as much an object of worship here as the bull was among the ancient Egyptians. And well does she merit it, for she is, in fact, the patroness of the place. The same scrupulous cleanliness, however, which pervades everything else, is manifested in the treatment of this venerated animal. She is not permitted to perambulate the place, but in winter, when she forsakes the rich pasture, a well-built house is provided for her, well painted, and maintained in the most perfect order. Her stall is of ample dimensions, the floor is scrubbed and polished, her hide is daily curried and brushed and sponged to her heart's content, and her tail is daintily tucked up to the ceiling and decorated with a ribbon. On my way back through the village, I passed the house of the prediker, or preacher, a very comfortable mansion which led me to augur well of the state of religion in the village. On inquiry, I was told that for a long time the inhabitants lived in a great state of indifference as to religious matters. It was in vain that their preachers endeavored to arouse their thoughts as to a future state. The joys of heaven, as commonly depicted, were but little to their taste. At length a dominie appeared among them, who struck out in a different vein. He depicted the New Jerusalem as a place all smooth and level, with beautiful dikes and ditches and canals, and houses all shining with paint and varnish and glazed tiles, and where there should never come horse nor ass nor cat nor dog, nor anything that could make noise or dirt, but that there should be nothing but rubbing and scrubbing and washing and painting and gilding and varnishing for ever and ever, amen. Since that time the good housewives of Broek have all turned their faces Zionward. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Guests from Gibbet-Island. A legend of Communipaw, found among the Knickerbocker papers at Wolfert's Roost. Whoever has visited the ancient and renowned village of Communipaw may have noticed an old stone building of most ruinous and sinister appearance. The doors and window shutters are ready to drop from their hinges. Old clothes are stuffed in the broken panes of glass, while legions of half-starved dogs prowl about the premises and rush out and bark at every passerby. For your beggarly house in a village is most apt to swarm with profligate and ill-conditioned dogs. What adds to the sinister appearance of this mansion is a tall frame in front, not a little resembling a gallows, and which looks as if waiting to accommodate some of the inhabitants with a well-merited airing. It is not a gallows, however, but an ancient signpost. For this dwelling, in the golden days of Communipaw, was one of the most orderly and peaceful of village taverns, where all the public affairs of Communipaw were talked and smoked over. In fact, it was in this very building that Olaf the Dreamer and his companions concerted that great voyage of discovery and colonization in which they explored Buttermilk Channel, were nearly shipwrecked in the Strait of Hellgate, and finally landed on the island of Manhattan and founded the great city of New Amsterdam. Even after the province had been cruelly wrested from the sway of their high mightinesses by the combined forces of the British and the Yankees, this tavern continued its ancient loyalty. It is true the head of the Prince of Orange disappeared from the sign, a strange bird being painted over it, with the explanatory legend of Die Wild Gans, or the Wild Goose, but this all the world knew to be a sly riddle of the landlord, the worthy Tunis Van Giesen, a knowing man, in a small way, who laid his finger beside his nose and winked when anyone studied the signification of his sign, and observed that his goose was hatching, but would join the flock whenever they flew over the water, an enigma which was the perpetual recreation and delight of the loyal but fat-headed burghers of Communipaw. Under the sway of this patriotic, though discreet and quiet publican, the tavern continued to flourish in primeval tranquillity, and was the resort of all true-hearted Netherlanders from all parts of Pavonia, who met here quietly and secretly to smoke and drink the downfall of Britain and Yankee, and success to Admiral von Tromp. The only drawback on the comfort of the establishment was a nephew of mine host, a sister's son, Jan Jost van der Scamp by name, and a real scamp by nature. This unlucky whipster showed an early propensity to mischief, which he gratified in a small way, by playing tricks upon the frequenters of the Wild Goose, putting gunpowders in their pipes or squibs in their pockets, and astonishing them with an explosion while they sat nodding round the fireplace in the bar-room. And if perchance a worthy burgher from some distant part of Pavonia had lingered until dark over his potation, it was odds but that young Vanderskamp would sling a brier under his horse's tail as he mounted and send him clattering along the road in neck-or-nothing style, to his infinite astonishment and discomfiture. It may be wondered at that mine host of the Wild Goose did not turn such a graceless varlet out of doors. But Tunis Van Giesen was an easy-tempered man, and having no child of his own, looked upon his nephew with an almost parental indulgence. His patience and good nature were doomed to be tried by another inmate of his mansion. This was a cross-grained curmudgeon of a Negro named Pluto, who was a kind of enigma in Communipaw. Where he came from, nobody knew. He was found one morning, after a storm, cast like a sea monster on the strand, in front of the Wild Goose, and lay there, more dead than alive. The neighbors gathered round and speculated on this production of the deep, whether it were fish or flesh, or a compound of both, commonly ylept a mermaid. The kind-hearted Tunis Van Giesen, seeing that he wore the human form, took him into his house, and warmed him into life. By degrees he showed signs of intelligence, and even uttered sounds very much like language, but which no one in Communipaw could understand. Some thought him a Negro just from Guinea, who had either fallen overboard or escaped from a slave ship. Nothing, however, could ever draw from him any account of his origin. When questioned on the subject, he merely pointed to Gibbet-Island, a small rocky islet, which lies in the open bay just opposite to Communipaw, as if that were his native place, though everybody knew it had never been inhabited. In the process of time, he acquired something of the Dutch language. That is to say, he learnt all its vocabulary of oaths and maledictions, with just words sufficient to string them together. Donder in blikkensem, thunder and lightning, was the gentlest of his ejaculations. For years he kept about the wild goose more like one of those familiar spirits or household goblins that we read of, than like a human being. He acknowledged allegiance to no one, but performed various domestic offices when it suited his humor, waiting occasionally on the guests, grooming the horses, cutting wood, drawing water, and all this without being ordered. Lay any command on him, and the stubborn sea urchin was sure to rebel. He was never so much at home, however, as when on the water, plying about in skiff or canoe entirely alone, fishing, crabbing, or grubbing for oysters, and would bring home quantities for the larder of the wild goose, which he would throw down at the kitchen door with a growl. No wind nor weather deterred him from launching forth on his favorite element. Indeed, the wilder the weather, the more he seemed to enjoy it. If a storm was brewing, he was sure to put off from shore, and would be seen far out in the bay, his light skiff dancing like a feather on the waves. When sea and sky were all in a turmoil, and the stoutest ships were fain to lower their sails. Sometimes, on such occasions, he would be absent for days together. How he weathered the tempests, and how and where he subsisted, no one could divine, nor did any one venture to ask, for all had an almost superstitious awe of him. Some of the Communipaw oystermen declared that they had more than once seen him suddenly disappear, canoe and all, as if they plunged beneath the waves, and after a while come up again in quite a different part of the bay, whence they concluded that he could live under water like that notable species of wild duck, commonly called the hell-diver. All began to consider him in the light of a foul-weather bird, like the Mother Carey's chicken or stormy petrel. And whenever they saw him putting far out in his skiff in cloudy weather, made up their minds for a storm. The only being for whom he seemed to have any liking was Jan Jost van der Scamp, and him he liked for his very wickedness. He, in a manner, took the boy under his tutelage, prompted him to all kinds of mischief, aided him in every wild harum-scarum freak, until the lad became the complete scapegrace of the village, a pest to his uncle and to everyone else. Nor were his pranks confined to the land. He soon learned to accompany old Pluto on the water. Together these worthies would cruise about the broad bay, and all the neighboring straits and rivers, poking around in skiffs and canoes, robbing the set nets of the fishermen, landing on remote coasts, and laying waste orchards and watermelon patches. In short, carrying on a complete system of piracy on a small scale. Piloted by Pluto, the youthful Van der Scamp soon became acquainted with all the bays, rivers, creeks, and inlets of the watery world around him, could navigate from the Hook to Spiting Devil on the darkest night, and learned to set even the terrors of Hellgate at defiance. At length, Negro and boy suddenly disappeared, and days and weeks elapsed, but without tidings of them. Some said they must have run away and gone to sea. Others jocosely hinted that old Pluto, being no other than his namesake in disguise, had spirited away the boy to the nether regions. All, however, agreed in one thing, that the village was well rid of them. In the process of time, the good Tunis van Giesen slept with his fathers, and the tavern remained shut up, waiting for a claimant, for the next heir was Jan Jost van der Scamp, and he had not been heard of for years. At length, one day a boat was seen pulling for shore from a long, black, rakish-looking schooner that lay at anchor in the bay. The boat's crew seemed worthy of the craft from which they debarked. Never had such a set of noisy, roistering, swaggering varlets landed in peaceful Communipaw. They were outlandish in garb and demeanor, and were headed by a rough, burly, bully ruffian, with fiery whiskers, a copper nose, a scar across his face, and a great Flanderish beaver slouched on one side of his head, in whom, to their dismay, the quiet inhabitants were made to recognize their early pest, Jan Jost van der Scamp. The rear of this hopeful gang was brought up by old Pluto, who had lost an eye, grown grizzly-headed, and looked more like a devil than ever. Van der Scamp renewed his acquaintance with the old burghers, much against their will, and in a manner not at all to their taste. He slapped them familiarly on the back, gave them an iron grip of the hand, and was hail fellow well met. According to his own account, he had been all the world over, had made money by bagfuls, had ships in every sea, and now meant to turn the Wild Goose into a country seat, where he and his comrades, all rich merchants from foreign parts, might enjoy themselves in the interval of their voyages. Sure enough, in a little while there was a complete metamorphosis of the Wild Goose. From being a quiet, peaceful Dutch public house, it became a most riotous, uproarious, private dwelling. A complete rendezvous for boisterous men of the seas who came here to have what they called a blowout on dry land, and might be seen at all hours lounging about the door or lolling out of the windows, swearing among themselves and cracking rough jokes on every passer-by. The house was fitted up, too, in so strange a manner. Hammocks slung to the walls instead of bedsteads, odd kinds of furniture of foreign fashion, bamboo couches, Spanish chairs, pistols, cutlasses, and blunderbusses suspended on every peg, silver crucifixes on the mantelpieces, silver candlesticks and porringers on the tables, contrasting oddly with the pewter and delftware of the original establishment. And then the strange amusements of these sea monsters. Pitching Spanish dollars instead of quoits, firing blunderbusses out of the window, shooting at a mark, or at any unhappy dog or cat or pig or barn-door fowl that might happen to come within reach. The only being who seemed to relish their rough waggery was old Pluto, and yet he led but a dog's life of it, for they practiced all kinds of manual jokes upon him, kicking him about like a football, shook him by his grisly mop of wool, and never spoke to him without coupling a curse by way of adjective to his name, and consigning him to the infernal regions. The old fellow, however, seemed to like them the better the more they cursed at him, though his utmost expression of pleasure never amounted to more than the growl of a petted bear when his ears are rubbed. Old Pluto was the ministering spirit at the orgies of the Wild Goose, and such orgies as took place there, such drinking, singing, whooping, swearing, with an occasional interlude of quarreling and fighting. The noisier grew the revel, the more old Pluto plied the potations, until the guests would become frantic in their merriment, smashing everything to pieces and throwing the house out of the windows. Sometimes, after a drinking bout, they sallied forth and scoured the village to the dismay of the worthy burghers, who gathered their women within doors and would have shut up the house. Vanderskamp, however, was not to be rebuffed. He insisted on renewing acquaintance with his old neighbors and on introducing his friends, the merchants, to their families. Swore he was on the lookout for a wife, and meant before he stopped to find husbands for all their daughters. So willy-nilly sociable he was, swaggered about their best parlors with his hat on one side of his head, sat on the good wife's nicely waxed mahogany table, kicking his heels against the carved and polished legs, kissed and tousled the young vrouws, and if they frowned and pouted, gave them a gold rosary or a sparkling cross to put them in good humor. Sometimes nothing would satisfy him, but he must have some of his old neighbors to dinner at the Wild Goose. There was no refusing him, for he had the complete upper hand of the community, and the peaceful burghers all stood in awe of him. But what a time would the quiet worthy men have among these rake-hills, who would delight to astound them with the most extravagant gunpowder tales, embroidered with all kinds of foreign oaths, clink the can with them, pledge them in deep potations, bawl drinking songs in their ears, and occasionally fire pistols over their heads, or under the table, and then laugh in their faces and ask them how they liked the smell of gunpowder. Thus was the little village of Communipaw, for a time, like the unfortunate wight possessed with devils, until Vanderskamp and his brother merchants would sail on another trading voyage, when the Wild Goose would be shut up, and everything relapse into quiet, only to be disturbed by his next visitation. The mystery of all these proceedings gradually dawned upon the tardy intellects of Communipaw. These were the times of the notorious Captain Kidd, when the American harbors were the resorts of piratical adventurers of all kinds, who, under the pretext of mercantile voyages, scoured the West Indies, made plundering descents upon the Spanish Main, visited even the remote Indian seas, and then came to dispose of their booty, have their revels, and fit out new expeditions in the English colonies. Vanderskamp had served in this hopeful school, and having risen to importance among the buccaneers, had pitched upon his native village an early home as a quiet, out-of-the-way, unsuspected place, where he and his comrades, while anchored at New York, might have their feasts, and concert their plans without molestation. At length, the attention of the British government was called to these piratical enterprises that were becoming so frequent and outrageous. Vigorous measures were taken to check and punish them. Several of the most noted freebooters were caught and executed, and 3 of Vanderscamp's chosen comrades, the most riotous swashbucklers of the Wild Goose, were hanged in chains on Gibbet-Island in full sight of their favorite resort. As to Vanderscamp himself, he and his man Pluto again disappeared, and it was hoped by the people of Communipaw that he had fallen in some foreign brawl, or been swung on some foreign gallows. For a time, therefore, the tranquillity of the village was restored. The worthy Dutchmen once more smoked their pipes in peace, eyeing with peculiar complacency their old pests and terrors, the pirates, dangling and drying in the sun on Gibbet-Island. This perfect calm was doomed at length to be ruffled. The fiery persecution of the pirates gradually subsided. Justice was satisfied with the examples that had been made, and there was no more talk of Kidd and the other heroes of like kidney. On a calm summer evening, a boat, somewhat heavily laden, was seen pulling into Communipaw. What was the surprise and disquiet of the inhabitants to see Jan Jost Vanderscamp seated at the helm and his man Pluto tugging at the oar. Vanderscamp, however, was apparently an altered man. He brought home with him a wife, who seemed to be a shrew and to have the upper hand of him. He no longer was the swaggering, bully ruffian, but affected the regular merchant, and talked of retiring from business and settling down quietly to pass the rest of his days in his native place. The Wild Goose Mansion was again opened, but with diminished splendor and no riot. It is true Vanderscamp had frequent nautical visitors, and the sound of revelry was occasionally overheard in his house, but everything seemed to be done under the rose, and old Pluto was the only servant that officiated at these orgies. The visitors, indeed, were by no means of the turbulent stamp of their predecessors, but quiet, mysterious traders, full of nods and winks and hieroglyphic signs, with whom, to use their cant phrase, everything was smug. Their ships came to anchor at night in the lower bay, and on a private signal Vanderscamp would launch his boat, and accompanied solely by his man Pluto, would make them mysterious visits. Sometimes boats pulled in at night in front of the Wild Goose, and various articles of merchandise were landed in the dark, and spirited away nobody knew whither. One of the more curious of the inhabitants kept watch, and caught a glimpse of the features of some of these night visitors by the casual glance of a lantern, and declared that he recognized more than one of the freebooting frequenters of the Wild Goose in former times, whence he concluded that Vanderscamp was at his old game, and that this mysterious merchandise was nothing more nor less than piratical plunder. The more charitable opinion, however, was that Vanderscamp and his comrades, having been driven from their old line of business by the oppressions of government, had resorted to smuggling to make both ends meet. Be that as it may, I come now to the extraordinary fact, which is the butt end of this story. It happened late one night that Jan Jost Vanderscamp was returning across the broad bay in his light skiff, rowed by his man Pluto. He had been carousing on board of a vessel newly arrived, and was somewhat obfuscated in intellect by the liquor he had imbibed. It was a still, sultry night. A heavy mass of lurid clouds was rising in the west, with the low muttering of distant thunder. Vanderscamp called on Pluto to pull lustily, that they might get home before the gathering storm. The old negro made no reply, but shaped his course so as to skirt the rocky shores of Gibbet-Island. A faint creaking overhead caused Vanderscamp to cast up his eyes, when, to his horror, he beheld the bodies of his 3 pot companions and brothers in iniquity dangling in the moonlight, their rags fluttering and their chains creaking as they were slowly swung backward and forward by the rising breeze. "What do you mean, you blockhead?" cried Vanderscamp, "by pulling so close to the island?" "I thought you'd be glad to see your old friends once more," growled the negro. "You were never afraid of a living man. What do you fear from the dead?" "Who's afraid?" hiccuped Vanderscamp, partly heated by liquor, partly nettled by the jeer of the negro. "Who's afraid? Hang me, but I would be glad to see them once more, alive or dead, at the Wild Goose. Come, my lads, in the wind," continued he, taking a draught, and flourishing the bottle above his head. Here is fair weather to you in the other world, and if you should be walking the rounds tonight, odds fish, but I'll be happy if you will drop in to supper." A dismal creaking was the only reply. The wind blew loud and shrill, and as it whistled round the gallows and among the bones, sounded as if they were laughing and gibbering in the air. Old Pluto chuckled to himself, and now pulled for home. The storm burst over the voyagers while they were yet far from shore. The rain fell in torrents, the thunder crashed and pealed, and the lightning kept up an incessant blaze. It was stark midnight before they landed at Communipaw. Dripping and shivering, Vanderskamp crawled homeward. He was completely sobered by the storm, the water soaked from without, having diluted and cooled the liquor within. Arrived at the Wild Goose, he knocked timidly and dubiously at the door, for he dreaded the reception he was to experience from his wife. He had reason to do so. She met him at the threshold in a precious ill humor. "Is this a time," said she, "to keep people out of their beds and to bring home company, to turn the house upside down?" "Company?" said Vanderskamp meekly. "I've brought no company with me, wife." "No, indeed, they have got here before you, but by your invitation, and blessed-looking company they are, truly." Vanderskamp's knees smote together. "For the love of heaven, where are they, wife?" "Where? Why, in the blue room upstairs, making themselves as much at home as if the house were their own." Vanderskamp made a desperate effort, scrambled up to the room, and threw open the door. Sure enough, there at the table on which burned a light as blue as brimstone, sat the 3 guests from Gibbet-Island, with halters round their necks, and bobbing their cups together as if they were hobbernobbing and trolling the old Dutch freebooters' glee, since translated into English. "For 3 merry lads be we, and 3 merry lads be we, I on the land and thou on the sand, and Jack on the gallows tree." Vanderskamp saw and heard no more. Starting back with horror, he missed his footing on the landing place, and fell from the top of the stairs to the bottom. He was taken up speechless, and either from the fall or the fright was buried in the yard of the little Dutch church at Bergen on the following Sunday. From that day forward, the fate of the Wild Goose was sealed. It was pronounced a haunted house, and avoided accordingly. No one inhabited it but Vanderskamp's shrew of a widow and old Pluto, and they were considered but little better than its hobgoblin visitors. Pluto grew more and more haggard and morose, and looking more like an imp of darkness than a human being. He spoke to no one, but went about muttering to himself, or, as some hinted, talking with the devil, who, though unseen, was ever at his elbow. Now and then he was seen pulling about the bay alone in his skiff in dark weather, or at the approach of nightfall. Nobody could tell why, unless on an errand to invite more guests from the gallows. Indeed, it was affirmed that the Wild Goose still continued to be a house of entertainment for such guests, and that on stormy nights the blue chamber was occasionally illuminated, and sounds of diabolical merriment were overheard, mingling with the howling of the tempest. Some treated these as idle stories, until one such night, it was about the time of the equinox, there was a horrible uproar in the Wild Goose that could not be mistaken. It was not so much the sound of revelry, however, as of strife, with 2 or 3 piercing shrieks that pervaded every part of the village. Nevertheless, no one thought of hastening to the spot. On the contrary, the honest burghers of Communipaw drew their nightcaps over their ears and buried their heads under the bedclothes at the thoughts of Vanderskamp and his gallows companions. The next morning, some of the bolder and more curious undertook to reconnoiter. All was quiet and lifeless at the Wild Goose. The door yawned wide open, and had evidently been open all night, for the storm had beaten into the house. Gathering more courage from the silence and apparent desertion, they gradually ventured over the threshold. The house had indeed the air of having been possessed by devils. Everything was topsy-turvy. Trunks had been broken open, and chests of drawers and corner cupboards turned inside out, as in a time of general sack and pillage. But the most woeful sight was the widow of Jan Jost Vanderskamp, extended a corpse on the floor of the blue chamber, with the marks of a deadly gripe on the windpipe. All now was conjecture and dismay at Communipaw, and the disappearance of old Pluto, who was nowhere to be found, gave rise to all kinds of wild surmises. Some suggested that the Negro had betrayed the house to some of Vanderscamp's buccaneering associates, and that they had decamped together with the booty. Others surmised that the Negro was nothing more nor less than a devil incarnate, who had now accomplished his ends and made off with his dues. Events, however, vindicated the Negro from this last imputation. His skiff was picked up, drifting about the bay, bottom upward, as if wrecked in a tempest, and his body was found shortly afterward by some Communipaw fishermen, stranded among the rocks of Gibbet-Island, near the foot of the pirates' gallows. The fishermen shook their heads, and observed that old Pluto had ventured once too often to invite guests from Gibbet-Island. End of Section 16. Guests from Gibbet-Island.
Section 17 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Early Experiences of Ralph Ringwood. Part 1. Noted down from his Conversations by Geoffrey Crayon, Gentleman. I am a Kentuckian by residence and choice, but a Virginian by birth. The cause of my first leaving the ancient dominion and emigrating to Kentucky was a jackass. You stare, but have a little patience, and I'll soon show you how it came to pass. My father, who was one of the old Virginian families, resided in Richmond. He was a widower, and his domestic affairs were managed by a housekeeper of the old school, such as used to administer the concerns of opulent Virginian households. She was a dignitary that almost rivaled my father in importance, and seemed to think everything belonged to her. In fact, she was so considerate in her economy, and so careful of expense, as sometimes to vex my father, who would swear she was disgracing him by her meanness. She always appeared with that ancient insignia of housekeeping trust and authority, a great bunch of keys jingling at her girdle. She superintended the arrangements of the table at every meal, and saw that the dishes were all placed according to her primitive notions of symmetry. In the evening she took her stand and served out tea with a mingled respectfulness and pride of station truly exemplary. Her great ambition was to have everything in order, and that the establishment under her sway should be cited as a model of good housekeeping. If anything went wrong, poor old Barbara would take it to heart, and sit in her room and cry, until a few chapters in the Bible would quiet her spirits and make all calm again. The Bible, in fact, was her constant resort in time of trouble. She opened it indiscriminately, and whether she chanced among the Lamentations of Jeremiah, the Canticles of Solomon, or the rough enumeration of the tribes in Deuteronomy, a chapter was a chapter, and operated like balm to her soul. Such was our good old housekeeper Barbara, who was destined unwittingly to have a most important effect upon my destiny. It came to pass, during the days of my juvenility, while I was yet what is termed an unlucky boy, that a gentleman of our neighborhood, a great advocate for experiments and improvements of all kinds, took it into his head that it would be an immense public advantage to introduce a breed of mules, and accordingly imported 3 jacks to stock the neighborhood. This in a part of the country where the people cared for nothing but blood horses. Why, sir, they would have considered their mares disgraced, and their whole stud dishonored, by such a misalliance. The whole matter was a town talk and a town scandal. The worthy amalgamator of quadrupeds found himself in a dismal scrape, so he backed out in time, abjured the whole doctrine of amalgamation, and turned his jacks loose to shift for themselves upon the town common. There they used to run about and lead an idle, good-for-nothing holiday life, the happiest animals in the country. It so happened that my way to school lay across the common. The first time that I saw one of these animals, it set up a braying and frightened me confoundedly. However, I soon got over my fright, and seeing that it had something of a horse look, my Virginian love for anything of the equestrian species predominated, and I determined to back it. I accordingly applied at a grocer's shop, procured a cord that had been round a loaf of sugar, and made a kind of halter. Then, summoning some of my schoolfellows, we drove Master Jack about the common until we hemmed him in an angle of a worm fence. After some difficulty, we fixed the halter round his muzzle, and I mounted. Up flew his heels, away I went over his head, and off he scampered. However, I was on my legs in a twinkling, gave chase, caught him, and remounted. By dint of repeated tumbles, I soon learnt to stick to his back, so that he could no more cast me than he could his own skin. From that time, Master Jack and his companions had a scampering life of it, for we all rode them between school hours and on holiday afternoons, and you may be sure schoolboys' nags are never permitted to suffer the grass to grow under their feet. They soon became so knowing that they took to their heels at sight of a schoolboy, and we were generally much longer in chasing than we were in riding them. Sunday approached, on which I projected an equestrian excursion on one of these long-eared steeds. As I knew the jacks would be in great demand on Sunday morning, I secured one overnight, and conducted him home, to be ready for an early outset. But where was I to quarter him for the night? I could not put him in the stable. Our old black groom George was as absolute in that domain as Barbara was within doors, and would have thought his stable, his horses, and himself disgraced by the introduction of a jackass. I recollected the smokehouse, an outbuilding appended to all Virginian establishments for the smoking of hams and other kinds of meat. So I got the key, put Master Jack in, locked the door, returned the key to its place, and went to bed, intending to release my prisoner at an early hour, before any of the family were awake. I was so tired, however, by the exertions I had made in catching the donkey, that I fell into a sound sleep, and the morning broke without my waking. Not so with Dame Barbara, the housekeeper. As usual, to use her own phrase, she was up before the crow put his shoes on, and bustled about to get things in order for breakfast. Her first resort was to the smokehouse. Scarce had she opened the door, when Master Jack, tired of his confinement, and glad to be released from darkness, gave a loud bray and rushed forth. Down dropped old Barbara. The animal trampled over her, and made off for the common. Poor Barbara! She had never before seen a donkey, and having read in the Bible that the devil went about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he might devour, she took it for granted that this was Beelzebub himself. The kitchen was soon in a hubbub. The servants hurried to the spot. There lay old Barbara in fits. As fast as she got out of one, the thoughts of the devil came over her, and she fell into another, for the good soul was devoutly superstitious. As ill luck would have it, among those attracted by the noise was a little cursed, fidgety, crabbed uncle of mine, one of those uneasy spirits that cannot rest quietly in their beds in the morning, but must be up early to bother the household. He was only a kind of half-uncle, after all, for he had married my father's sister. Yet he assumed great authority on the strength of this left-handed relationship, and was a universal intermeddler and family pest. This prying little busybody soon ferreted out the truth of the story, and discovered by hook and by crook that I was at the bottom of the affair, and had locked up the donkey in the smokehouse. He stopped to inquire no farther, for he was one of those testy curmudgeons with whom unlucky boys are always in the wrong. Leaving old Barbara to wrestle in imagination with the devil, he made for my bedchamber, where I still lay wrapped in rosy slumbers, little dreaming of the mischief I had done, and the storm about to break over me. In an instant I was awakened by a shower of thwacks, and started up in wild amazement. I demanded the meaning of this attack, but received no other reply than that I had murdered the housekeeper, while my uncle continued whacking away during my confusion. I seized a poker and put myself on the defensive. I was a stout boy for my years, while my uncle was a little whiffet of a man, one that in Kentucky we would not call even an individual, nothing more than a remote circumstance. I soon therefore brought him to a parley, and learned the whole extent of the charge brought against me. I confessed to the donkey and the smokehouse, but pleaded not guilty of the murder of the housekeeper. I soon found out that old Barbara was still alive. She continued under the doctor's hands, however, for several days, and whenever she had an ill turn, my uncle would seek to give me another flogging. I appealed to my father, but got no redress. I was considered an unlucky boy, prone to all kinds of mischief, so that prepossessions were against me in all cases of appeal. I felt stung to the soul at all this. I had been beaten, degraded, and treated with slighting when I complained. I lost my usual good spirits and good humor, and being out of temper with everybody, fancied everybody out of temper with me. A certain wild, roving spirit of freedom, which I believe is as inherent in me as it is in the partridge, was brought into sudden activity by the checks and restraints I suffered. I'll go from home, thought I, and shift for myself. Perhaps this notion was quickened by the rage for emigrating to Kentucky, which was at that time prevalent in Virginia. I had heard such stories of the romantic beauties of the country, of the abundance of game of all kinds, and of the glorious independent life of the hunters who ranged its noble forests and lived by the rifle, that I was as much agog to get there as boys who live in seaports are to launch themselves among the wonders and adventures of the ocean. After a time, old Barbara got better in mind and body, and matters were explained to her, and she became gradually convinced that it was not the devil she had encountered. When she heard how harshly I had been treated on her account, the good old soul was extremely grieved, and spoke warmly to my father in my behalf. He had himself remarked the change in my behavior, and thought punishment might have been carried too far. He sought, therefore, to have some conversation with me, and to soothe my feelings, but it was too late. I frankly told him the course of mortification that I had experienced, and the fixed determination I had made to go from home. "And where do you mean to go?" "To Kentucky." "To Kentucky? Why, you know nobody there." "No matter, I can soon make acquaintances." "And what will you do when you get there?" "Hunt." My father gave a long, low whistle, and looked in my face with a serio-comic expression. I was not far in my teens, and to talk of setting off alone for Kentucky, to turn hunter, seemed doubtless the idle prattle of a boy. He was little aware of the dogged resolution of my character, and his smile of incredulity but fixed me more obstinately in my purpose. I assured him I was serious in what I said, and would certainly set off for Kentucky in the spring. Month after month passed away. My father now and then adverted slightly to what had passed between us, doubtless for the purpose of sounding me. I always expressed the same grave and fixed determination. By degrees he spoke to me more directly on the subject, endeavoring earnestly but kindly to dissuade me. My only reply was, I had made up my mind. Accordingly, as soon as the spring had fairly opened, I sought him one day in his study, and informed him I was about to set out for Kentucky, and had come to take my leave. He made no objection, for he had exhausted persuasion and remonstrance, and doubtless thought it best to give way to my humor, trusting that a little rough experience would soon bring me home again. I asked money for my journey. He went to a chest, took out a long green silk purse, well filled, and laid it on the table. I now asked for a horse and servant. "A horse!" said my father sneeringly. "Why, you would not go a mile without racing him and breaking your neck. And as to a servant, you cannot take care of yourself, much less of him." "How am I to travel, then?" "Why, I suppose you are man enough to travel on foot." He spoke jestingly, little thinking I would take him at his word, but I was thoroughly piqued in respect to my enterprise. So I pocketed the purse, went to my room, tied up 3 or 4 shirts in a pocket handkerchief, put a dirk in my bosom, girt a couple of pistols round my waist, and felt like a knight-errant armed cap a pie, and ready to rove the world in quest of adventures. My sister, I had but one, hung round me and wept, and entreated me to stay. I felt my heart swell in my throat, but I gulped it back to its place, and straightened myself up. I would not suffer myself to cry. I at length disengaged myself from her, and got to the door. "When will you come back?" cried she. "Never, by heavens!" cried I, "until I come back a member of Congress from Kentucky. I am determined to show that I am not the tail end of the family." Such was my first outset from home. You may suppose what a greenhorn I was, and how little I knew of the world I was launching into. I do not recollect any incident of importance until I reached the borders of Pennsylvania. I had stopped at an inn to get some refreshment. As I was eating in a back room, I overheard 2 men in the bar room conjecture who and what I could be. One determined at length that I was a runaway apprentice, and ought to be stopped, to which the other assented. When I had finished my meal and paid for it, I went out at the back door, lest I should be stopped by my supervisors. Scorning, however, to steal off like a culprit, I walked round to the front of the house. One of the men advanced to the front door. He wore his hat on one side, and had a consequential air that nettled me. "Where are you going, youngster?" demanded he. "That's none of your business," replied I, rather pertly. "Yes, but it is, though. You have run away from home, and must give an account of yourself." He advanced to seize me, when I drew forth a pistol. "If you advance another step, I'll shoot you." He sprang back as if he had trodden upon a rattlesnake, and his hat fell off in the movement. "Let him alone!" cried his companion. "He's a foolish, mad-headed boy, and don't know what he's about. He'll shoot you, you may rely on it." He did not need any caution in the matter. He was afraid even to pick up his hat, so I pushed forward on my way without molestation. This incident, however, had its effect upon me. I became fearful of sleeping in any house at night, lest I should be stopped. I took my meals in the houses in the course of the day, but would turn aside at night into some wood or ravine, make a fire, and sleep before it. This I considered was true hunter's style, and I wished to inure myself to it. At length I arrived at Brownsville, leg-weary and wayworn, and in a shabby plight, as you may suppose, having been camping out for some nights past. I applied at some of the inferior inns, but could gain no admission. I was regarded for a moment with a dubious eye, and then informed they did not receive foot passengers. At last I went boldly to the principal inn. The landlord appeared as unwilling as the rest to receive a vagrant boy beneath his roof, but his wife interfered in the midst of his excuses, and half elbowing him aside, "Where are you going, my lad?" said she. "To Kentucky." "What are you going there for?" "To hunt." She looked earnestly at me for a moment or two. "Have you a mother living?" said she at length. "No, madam. She has been dead for some time." "I thought so," cried she, warmly. "I knew if you had a mother living, you would not be here." From that moment the good woman treated me with a mother's kindness. I remained several days beneath her roof, recovering from the fatigue of my journey. While here, I purchased a rifle, and practiced daily at a mark, to prepare myself for a hunter's life. When sufficiently recruited in strength, I took leave of my kind host and hostess, and resumed my journey. At Wheeling I embarked in a flat-bottomed family boat, technically called a broadhorn, a prime river conveyance in those days. In this ark for 2 weeks I floated down the Ohio. The river was as yet in all its wild beauty. Its loftiest trees had not been thinned out. The forest overhung the water's edge, and was occasionally skirted by immense cane brakes. Wild animals of all kinds abounded. We heard them rushing through the thickets and plashing in the water. Deer and bears would frequently swim across the river. Others would come down to the bank and gaze at the boat as it passed. I was incessantly on the alert with my rifle, but somehow or other the game was never within shot. Sometimes I got a chance to land and try my skill on shore. I shot squirrels and small birds, and even wild turkeys, but though I caught glimpses of deer bounding away through the woods, I never could get a fair shot at them. In this way we glided in our broad horn past Cincinnati, the Queen of the West, as she is now called, then a mere group of log cabins, and the site of the bustling city of Louisville, then designated by a solitary house. As I said before, the Ohio was as yet a wild river. All was forest, forest, forest. Near the confluence of Green River with the Ohio I landed, bade adieu to the Broadhorn, and struck for the interior of Kentucky. I had no precise plan. My only idea was to make for one of the wildest parts of the country. I had relatives in Lexington and other settled places, to whom I thought it probable my father would write concerning me. So, as I was full of manhood and independence, and resolutely bent on making my way in the world without assistance or control, I resolved to keep clear of them all. In the course of my first day's trudge, I shot a wild turkey, and slung it on my back for provisions. The forest was open and clear from underwood. I saw deer in abundance, but always running, running. It seemed to me as if these animals never stood still. At length I came to where a gang of half-starved wolves were feasting on the carcass of a deer which they had run down, and snarling and snapping and fighting like so many dogs. They were all so ravenous and intent upon their prey that they did not notice me, and I had time to make my observations. One, larger and fiercer than the rest, seemed to claim the larger share, and to keep the others in awe. If anyone came too near him while eating, he would fly off, seize and shake him, and then return to his repast. This, thought I, must be the captain. If I can kill him, I shall defeat the whole army. I accordingly took aim, fired, and down dropped the old fellow. He might be only shamming dead, so I loaded and put a second ball through him. He never budged. All the rest ran off, and my victory was complete. It would not be easy to describe my triumphant feelings on this great achievement. I marched on with renovated spirit, regarding myself as absolute lord of the forest. As night drew near, I prepared for camping. My first care was to collect dry wood and make a roaring fire to cook and sleep by, and to frighten off wolves and bears and panthers. I then began to pluck my turkey for supper. I had camped out several times in the early part of my expedition, but that was in comparatively more settled and civilized regions, where there were no wild animals of consequence in the forest. This was my first camping out in the real wilderness, and I was soon made sensible of the loneliness and wildness of my situation. In a little while a concert of wolves commenced. There might have been a dozen or two, but it seemed to me as if there were thousands. I never heard such howling and whining. Having prepared my turkey, I divided it into two parts, thrust 2 sticks into one of the halves, and planted them on end before the fire, the hunter's mode of roasting. The smell of roast meat quickened the appetites of the wolves, and their concert became truly infernal. They seemed to be all around me, but I could only now and then get a glimpse of one of them as he came within the glare of the light. I did not much care for the wolves, who I knew to be a cowardly race, but I had heard terrible stories of panthers, and began to fear their stealthy prowlings in the surrounding darkness. I was thirsty, and heard a brook bubbling and tinkling along at no great distance, but absolutely dared not go there, lest some panther might lie in wait and spring upon me. By and by a deer whistled. I had never heard one before, and thought it must be a panther. I now felt uneasy lest he might climb the trees, crawl along the branches overhead, and plump down upon me. So I kept my eyes fixed on the branches until my head ached. I more than once thought I saw fiery eyes glaring down from among the leaves. At length I thought of my supper, and turned to see if my half-turkey was cooked. In crowding so near the fire, I had pressed the meat into the flames, and it was consumed. I had nothing to do but toast the other half, and take better care of it. On that half I made my supper, without salt or bread. I was still so possessed with the dread of panthers that I could not close my eyes all night, but lay watching the trees until daybreak, when all my fears were dispelled with the darkness. And as I saw the morning sun sparkling down through the branches of the trees, I smiled to think how I suffered myself to be dismayed by sounds and shadows. But I was a young woodsman and a stranger in Kentucky. Having breakfasted on the remainder of my turkey, and slaked my thirst at the bubbling stream without farther dread of panthers, I resumed my wayfaring with buoyant feelings. I again saw deer, but as usual, running. I tried in vain to get a shot at them, and began to fear I never should. I was gazing with vexation after a herd in full scamper, when I was startled by a human voice. Turning round, I saw a man at a short distance from me, in a hunting dress. "What are you after, my lad?" cried he. "Those deer," replied I, pettishly, "but it seems as if they never stand still." Upon that he burst out laughing. "Where are you from?" said he. "From Richmond." "What, in old Virginny?" "The same." "And how on earth did you get here?" "I landed at Green River from a Broadhorn." "And where are your companions?" "I have none." "What, all alone?" "Yes." "Where are you going?" "Anywhere." "And what have you come here for?" "To hunt." "Well," said he, laughingly, "you'll make a real hunter, there's no mistaking that. Have you killed anything?" "Nothing but a turkey. I can't get within shot of a deer. They are always running." "Oh, I'll tell you the secret of that. You're always pushing forward, and starting the deer at a distance, and gazing at those that are scampering. But you must step as slow and silent and cautious as a cat, and keep your eyes close around you, and lurk from tree to tree, if you wish to get a chance at deer. But come, go home with me. My name is Bill Smithers. I live not far off. Stay with me a little while, and I'll teach you how to hunt." I gladly accepted the invitation of honest Bill Smithers. We soon reached his habitation, a mere log hut, with a square hull for a window, and a chimney made of sticks and clay. Here he lived with a wife and child. He had girdled the trees for an acre or two around, preparatory to clearing a space for corn and potatoes. In the meantime he maintained his family entirely by his rifle, and I soon found him to be a first-rate huntsman. Under his tutelage I received my first effective lessons in woodcraft. The more I knew of a hunter's life, the more I relished it. The country, too, which had been the promised land of my boyhood, did not, like most promised lands, disappoint me. No wilderness could be more beautiful than this part of Kentucky in those times. The forests were open and spacious, with noble trees, some of which looked as if they had stood for centuries. There were beautiful prairies, too, diversified with groves and clumps of trees, which looked like vast parks, and in which you could see the deer running at a great distance. In the proper season, these prairies would have been covered in many places with wild strawberries, where your horse's hoofs would be dyed to the fetlock. I thought there could not be another place in the world equal to Kentucky, and I think so still. After I had passed 10 or 12 days with Bill Smithers, I thought it time to shift my quarters, for his house was scarce large enough for his own family, and I had no idea of being an encumbrance to anyone. I accordingly made up my bundle, shouldered my rifle, took a friendly leave of Smithers and his wife, and set out in quest of a Nimrod of the wilderness, one John Miller, who lived alone, nearly 40 miles off, and who I hoped would be well pleased to have a hunting companion. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Early Experiences of Ralph Ringwood, Part 2. I soon found out that one of the most important items in woodcraft in a new country was the skill to find one's way in the wilderness. There were no regular roads in the forests, but they were cut up and perplexed by paths leading in all directions. Some of these were made by the cattle of the settlers, and were called stock tracks, but others had been made by the immense droves of buffaloes which roamed about the country from the flood until recent times. These were called buffalo tracks, and traversed Kentucky from end to end like highways. Traces of them may still be seen in uncultivated parts, or deeply worn in the rocks where they cross the mountains. I was a young woodsman, and sorely puzzled to distinguish one kind of track from the other, or to make out my course through this tangled labyrinth. While thus perplexed, I heard a distant roaring and rushing sound. A gloom stole over the forest. On looking up, when I could catch a stray glimpse of the sky, I beheld the clouds rolled up like balls, the lower part as black as ink. There was now and then an explosion, like a burst of cannonry afar off, and the crash of a falling tree. I had heard of hurricanes in the woods, and surmised that one was at hand. It soon came crashing its way, the forest writhing and twisting and groaning before it. The hurricane did not extend far on either side, but in a manner plowed a furrow through the woodland, snapping off or uprooting trees that had stood for centuries, and filling the air with whirling branches. I was directly in its course, and took my stand behind an immense poplar, 6 feet in diameter. It bore for a time the full fury of the blast, but at length began to yield. Seeing it falling, I scrambled nimbly round the trunk like a squirrel. Down it went, bearing down another tree with it. I crept under the trunk as a shelter, and was protected from other trees which fell around me, but was sore all over from the twigs and branches driven against me by the blast. This was the only incident of consequence that occurred on my way to John Miller's, where I arrived on the following day, and was received by the veteran with the rough kindness of a backwoodsman. He was a gray-haired man, hardy and weather-beaten, with a blue wart like a great bead over one eye, whence he was nicknamed by the hunters Blue Bead Miller. He had been in these parts from the earliest settlements, and had signalized himself in the hard conflicts with the Indians, which gained Kentucky the appellation of the Bloody Ground. In one of these fights he had had an arm broken. In another he had narrowly escaped, when hotly pursued, by jumping from a precipice 30 feet high into a river. Miller willingly received me into his house as an inmate, and seemed pleased with the idea of making a hunter of me. His dwelling was a small log house, with a loft or garret of boards, so that there was ample room for both of us. Under his instruction, I soon made a tolerable proficiency in hunting. My first exploit of any consequence was killing a bear. I was hunting in company with 2 brothers when we came upon the track of bruin, in a wood where there was an undergrowth of canes and grapevines. He was scrambling up a tree when I shot him through the breast. He fell to the ground and lay motionless. The brothers sent in their dog, who seized the bear by the throat. Bruin raised one arm and gave the dog a hug that crushed his ribs. One yell and all was over. I don't know which was first dead, the dog or the bear. The 2 brothers sat down and cried like children over their unfortunate dog. Yet they were mere rough huntsmen, almost as wild and untamable as Indians, but they were fine fellows. By degrees I became known, and somewhat of a favorite among the hunters of the neighborhood. That is to say, men who lived within a circle of 30 or 40 miles, and came occasionally to see John Miller, who was a patriarch among them. They lived widely apart, in log huts and wigwams, almost with the simplicity of Indians, and well nigh as destitute of the comforts and inventions of civilized life. They seldom saw each other, Weeks and even months would elapse without their visiting. When they did meet, it was very much after the manner of Indians, loitering about all day, without having much to say, but becoming communicative as evening advanced, and sitting up half the night before the fire, telling hunting stories and terrible tales of the fights of the bloody ground. Sometimes several would join in a distant hunting expedition, or rather campaign. Expeditions of this kind lasted from November until April, during which we laid up our stock of summer provisions. We shifted our hunting camps from place to place, according as we found the game. They were generally pitched near a run of water, and close by a cane brake, to screen us from the wind. One side of our lodge was open towards the fire. Our horses were hoppled and turned loose in the cane brakes, with bells round their necks. One of the party stayed at home to watch the camp, prepare the meals, and keep off the wolves. The others hunted. When a hunter killed a deer at a distance from the camp, he would open it and take out the entrails. Then, climbing a sapling, he would bend it down, tie the deer to the top, and let it spring up again, so as to suspend the carcass out of reach of the wolves. At night he would return to the camp and give an account of his luck. The next morning early he would get a horse out of the cane brake and bring home his game. That day he would stay at home to cut up the carcass while the others hunted. Our days were thus spent in silent and lonely occupations. It was only at night that we would gather together before the fire and be sociable. I was a novice, and used to listen with open eyes and ears to the strange and wild stories told by the old hunters, and believed everything I heard. Some of their stories bordered upon the supernatural. They believed that their rifles might be spellbound, so as not to be able to kill a buffalo even at arm's length. This superstition they had derived from the Indians, who often think the white hunters have laid a spell upon their rifles. Miller partook of this superstition, and used to tell of his rifles having a spell upon it. But it often seemed to me to be a shuffling way of accounting for a bad shot. If a hunter grossly missed his aim, he would ask who shot last with his rifle, and hint that he must have charmed it. The sure mode to disenchant the gun was to shoot a silver bullet out of it. By the opening of spring we would generally have quantities of bear's meat, and venison salted, dried and smoked, and numerous packs of skins. We would then make the best of our way home from our distant hunting grounds, transporting our spoils, sometimes in canoes along the rivers, sometimes on horseback over land, and our return would often be celebrated by feasting and dancing in true backwoods style. I have given you some idea of our hunting. Let me now give you a sketch of our frolicking. It was on our return from a winter's hunting in the neighborhood of Green River when we received notice that there was to be a grand frolic at Bob Mosley's to greet the hunters. This Bob Mosley was a prime fellow throughout the country. He was an indifferent hunter, it is true, and rather lazy to boot. But then he could play the fiddle, and that was enough to make him of consequence. There was no other man within 100 miles that could play the fiddle, so there was no having a regular frolic without Bob Mosley. The hunters, therefore, were always ready to give him a share of their game in exchange for his music, and Bob was always ready to get up a carousal whenever there was a party returning from a hunting expedition. The present frolic was to take place at Bob Mosley's own house, which was on the Pigeon Roost Fork of the Muddy, which is a branch of Rough Creek, which is a branch of Green River. Everybody was agog for the revel at Bob Mosley's, and as all the fashion of the neighborhood was to be there, I thought I must brush up for the occasion. My leathern hunting dress, which was the only one I had, was somewhat the worse for wear, it is true, and considerably japanned with blood and grease, but I was up to hunting expedients. Getting into a periauge, I paddled off to a part of the Green River where there was sand and clay that might serve for soap. Then, taking off my dress, I scrubbed and scoured it until I thought it looked very well. I then put it on the end of a stick and hung it out of the periauge to dry, while I stretched myself very comfortably on the green bank of the river. Unluckily, a flaw struck the periauge and tipped over the stick. Down went my dress to the bottom of the river, and I never saw it more. Here was I, left almost in a state of nature. I managed to make a kind of Robinson Crusoe garb of undressed skins, with the hair on, which enabled me to get home with decency. But my dream of gaiety and fashion was at an end. For how could I think of figuring in high life at the Pigeon Roost, equipped like a mere Orson? Old Miller, who really began to take some pride in me, was confounded when he understood that I did not intend to go to Bob Moseley's. But when I told him my misfortune, and that I had no dress, "By the powers," cried he, "but you shall go, and you shall be the best dressed and the best mounted lad there." He immediately set to work to cut out and make up a hunting shirt of dressed deerskin, gaily fringed at the shoulders, and leggings of the same, fringed from hip to heel. He then made me a rakish raccoon cap with a flaunting tail to it, mounted me on his best horse, and I may say without vanity that I was one of the smartest fellows that figured on that occasion at the Pigeon Roost fork of the Muddy. It was no small occasion either, let me tell you. Bob Moseley's house was a tolerably large bark shanty, with a clapboard roof, and there were assembled all the young hunters and pretty girls of the country for many a mile round. The young men were in their best hunting dresses, but not one could compare with mine, and my raccoon cap with its flowing tail was the admiration of everybody. The girls were mostly in doeskin dresses, for there was no spinning and weaving as yet in the woods, nor any need of it. I never saw girls that seemed to me better dressed, and I was somewhat of a judge, having seen fashions at Richmond. We had a hearty dinner and a merry one, for there was Jemmy Keel, famous for raccoon hunting, and Bob Tarleton, and Wesley Pigman, and Joe Taylor, and several other prime fellows for a frolic that made all ring again, and laughed that you might have heard them a mile. After dinner we began dancing, and were hard at it when, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a new arrival, the 2 daughters of old Simon Schultz, 2 young ladies that affected fashion and late hours. Their arrival had nearly put an end to all our merriment. I must go a little roundabout in my story to explain to you how that happened. As old Schultz, the father, was one day looking in the canebrakes for his cattle, he came upon the track of horses. He knew they were none of his, and that none of his neighbors had horses about that place. They must be stray horses, or must belong to some traveler who had lost his way, as the track led nowhere. He accordingly followed it up, until he came to an unlucky peddler with 2 or 3 pack horses, who had been bewildered among the cattle tracks, and had wandered for 2 or 3 days among woods and canebrakes until he was almost famished. Old Schultz brought him to his house, fed him on venison, bear's meat, and hominy, and at the end of a week put him in prime condition. The peddler could not sufficiently express his thankfulness, and when about to depart, inquired what he had to pay. Old Schultz stepped back with surprise. "Stranger," said he, "you have been welcome under my roof. I've given you nothing but wild meat and hominy, because I had no better, but have been glad of your company. You are welcome to stay as long as you please, but by zounds, if anyone offers to pay Simon Schultz for food, he affronts him." So saying, he walked out in a huff. The peddler admired the hospitality of his host, but could not reconcile it to his conscience to go away without making some recompense. There were honest Simon's 2 daughters, 2 strapping red-haired girls. He opened his packs and displayed riches before them of which they had no conception. For in those days there were no country stores in those parts, with their artificial finery and trinketry. And this was the first peddler that had wandered into that part of the wilderness. The girls were for a time completely dazzled, and knew not what to choose. But what caught their eyes most were 2 looking-glasses about the size of $1, set in gilt tin. They had never seen the like before, having used no other mirror than a pail of water. The peddler presented them these jewels without the least hesitation. Nay, he gallantly hung them round their necks by red ribbons, almost as fine as the glasses themselves. This done, he took his departure, leaving them as much astonished as 2 princesses in a fairy tale that have received a magic gift from an enchanter. It was with these looking-glasses hung round their necks as lockets by red ribbons that old Schultz's daughters made their appearance at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the frolic at Bob Mosley's on the Pigeon Roost Fork of the Muddy. By the powers, but it was an event! Such a thing had never before been seen in Kentucky. Bob Tarleton, a strapping fellow, with a head like a chestnut burr, and a look like a boar in an apple orchard, stepped up, caught hold of the looking-glass of one of the girls, and, gazing at it for a moment, cried out, "Joe Taylor, come here, come here! I'll be darned if Patty Schultz ain't got a locket that you can see your face in, as clear as in a spring of water." In a twinkling all the young hunters gathered round old Schultz's daughters. I, who knew what looking-glasses were, did not budge. Some of the girls who sat near me were excessively mortified at finding themselves thus deserted. I heard Peggy Pugh say to Sally Pigman, "Goodness knows it's well Schultz's daughters has got them things round their necks, for it's the first time the young men crowded round them." I saw immediately the danger of the case. We were a small community and could not afford to be split up by feuds. So I stepped up to the girls and whispered to them, "Polly," said I, "those lockets are powerful fine and become you amazingly, but you don't consider that the country is not advanced enough in these parts for such things. You and I understand these matters, but these people don't. Fine things like these may do very well in the old settlements, but they won't answer at the Pigeon Roost Fork of the Muddy. You had better lay them aside for the present, or we shall have no peace." Polly and her sister luckily saw their error. They took off the lockets, laid them aside, and harmony was restored. Otherwise I verily believe that there would have been an end of our community. Indeed, notwithstanding the great sacrifice they made on this occasion, I do not think old Schultz's daughters were ever much liked afterwards among the young women. This was the first time that looking-glasses were ever seen in the Green River part of Kentucky. I had now lived some time with old Miller, and had become a tolerably expert hunter. Game, however, began to grow scarce. The buffalo had gathered together, as if by universal understanding, and had crossed the Mississippi, never to return. Strangers kept pouring into the country, clearing away the forests, and building in all directions. The hunters began to grow restive. Jimmy Keel, the same of whom I have already spoken for his skill in raccoon catching, came to me one day. "I can't stand this any longer," said he. "We're getting too thick here. Simon Schultz crowds me so that I have no comfort of my life." "Why, how you talk," said I. "Simon Schultz lives 12 miles off." "No matter. His cattle run with mine, and I've no idea of living where another man's cattle can run with mine. That's too close neighborhood. I want elbow room. This country, too, is growing too poor to live in. There's no game. So 2 or 3 of us have made up our minds to follow the buffalo to the Missouri, and we should like to have you of the party." Other hunters of my acquaintance talked in the same manner. This set me thinking, but the more I thought, the more I was perplexed. I had no one to advise with. Old Miller and his associates knew of but one mode of life, and I had no experience in any other, but I had a wider scope of thought. When out hunting alone, I used to forget the sport, and sit for hours together on the trunk of a tree, with rifle in hand, buried in thought, and debating with myself, shall I go with Jemmy Keel and his company, or shall I remain here? If I remain here, there will soon be nothing left to hunt. But am I to be a hunter all my life? Have not I something more in me than to be carrying a rifle on my shoulder, day after day, and dodging about after bears and deer and other brute beasts? My vanity told me I had, and I called to mind my boyish boast to my sister, that I would never return home until I returned a member of Congress from Kentucky. But was this the way to fit myself for such a station? Various plans passed through my mind, but they were abandoned almost as soon as formed. At length I determined on becoming a lawyer. True it is, I knew almost nothing. I had left school before I had learnt beyond the Rule of 3. "Never mind," said I to myself resolutely. "I am a terrible fellow for hanging on to anything when I've once made up my mind. And if a man has but ordinary capacity, and will set to work with heart and soul, and stick to it, he can do almost anything." With this maxim, which has been pretty much my mainstay throughout life, I fortified myself in my determination to attempt the law. But how was I to set about it? I must quit this forest life, and go to one or other of the towns, where I might be able to study and to attend the courts. This, too, required funds. I examined into the state of my finances. The purse given me by my father had remained untouched, in the bottom of an old chest up in the loft, for money was scarcely needed in these parts. I had bargained away the skins acquired in hunting, for a horse and various other matters, on which, in case of need, I could raise funds. I therefore thought I could make shift to maintain myself until I was fitted for the bar. I informed my worthy host and patron, old Miller, of my plan. He shook his head at my turning my back upon the woods when I was in a fair way of making a first-rate hunter, but he made no effort to dissuade me. I accordingly set off in September on horseback, intending to visit Lexington, Frankfort, and other of the principal towns, in search of a favorable place to prosecute my studies. My choice was made sooner than I expected. I had put up one night at Bardstown, and found, on inquiry, that I could get comfortable board and accommodation in a private family for $1.50 a week. I liked the place, and resolved to look no farther. So the next morning I prepared to turn my face homeward, and take my final leave of forest life. I had taken my breakfast, and was waiting for my horse, when, in pacing up and down the piazza, I saw a young girl seated near a window, evidently a visitor. She was very pretty, with auburn hair and blue eyes, and was dressed in white. I had seen nothing of the kind since I had left Richmond, and at that time I was too much of a boy to be much struck by female charms. She was so delicate and dainty-looking, so different from the hale, buxom brown girls of the woods. And then her white dress, it was perfectly dazzling. Never was poor youth more taken by surprise and suddenly bewitched. My heart yearned to know her, but how was I to accost her? I had grown wild in the woods, and had none of the habitudes of polite life. Had she been like Peggy Pugh, or Sally Pigman, or any other of my leathern-dressed belles of the Pigeon Roost, I should have approached her without dread. Nay, had she been as fair as Schultz's daughters with their looking-glass lockets, I should not have hesitated. But that white dress, and those auburn ringlets and blue eyes and delicate looks, quite daunted while they fascinated me. I don't know what put it into my head, but I thought all at once that I would kiss her. It would take a long acquaintance to arrive at such a boon, but I might seize upon it by sheer robbery. Nobody knew me here. I would just step in, snatch a kiss, mount my horse, and ride off. She would not be the worse for it, and that kiss, oh, I should die if I did not get it. I gave no time for the thought to cool, but entered the house and stepped lightly into the room. She was seated with her back to the door, looking out at the window, and did not hear my approach. I tapped her chair, and as she turned and looked up, I snatched as sweet a kiss as ever was stolen, and vanished in a twinkling. The next moment I was on horseback, galloping homeward, my very ears tingling at what I had done. On my return home, I sold my horse and turned everything to cash, and found, with the remains of the paternal purse, that I had nearly $400, a little capital which I resolved to manage with the strictest economy. It was hard parting with old Miller, who had been like a father to me. It cost me, too, something of a struggle to give up the free, independent wildwood life I had hitherto led. But I had marked out my course, and have never been one to flinch or turn back. End of section 18. Section 19 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Early Experiences of Ralph Ringwood. Part 3. I footed it sturdily to Bardstown, took possession of the quarters for which I had bargained, shut myself up, and set to work with might and main to study. But what a task I had before me! I had everything to learn, not merely law, but all the elementary branches of knowledge. I read and read for 16 hours out of the 24. But the more I read, the more I became aware of my own ignorance, and shed bitter tears over my deficiency. It seemed as if the wilderness of knowledge expanded and grew more perplexed as I advanced. Every height gained only revealed a wider region to be traversed, and nearly filled me with despair. I grew moody, silent, and unsocial, but studied on doggedly and incessantly. The only person with whom I held any conversation was the worthy man in whose house I was quartered. He was honest and well-meaning, but perfectly ignorant, and I believe would have liked me much better if I had not been so much addicted to reading. He considered all books filled with lies and impositions, and seldom could look into one without finding something to rouse his spleen. Nothing put him into a greater passion than the assertion that the world turned on its own axis every 24 hours. He swore it was an outrage upon common sense. Why, if it did, said he, there would not be a drop of water in the well by morning, and all the milk and cream in the dairy would be turned topsy-turvy. And then to talk of the earth going round the sun, how do they know it? I've seen the sun rise every morning and set every evening for more than 30 years. They must not talk to me about the earth's going around the sun. At another time he was in a perfect fret at being told the distance between the sun and moon. "How can anyone tell the distance?" cried he. "Who surveyed it? Who carried the chain? By Jupiter, they only talk this way before me to annoy me. But then there's some people of sense who give in to this cursed humbug. There's Judge Broadnax, now, one of the best lawyers we have. Isn't it surprising he should believe in such stuff? Why, sir, the other day I heard him talk of the distance from a star he called Mars to the sun. He must have got it out of one or other of those confounded books he's so fond of reading, a book some impudent fellow has written, who knew nobody could swear the distance was more or less." For my own part, feeling my own deficiency in scientific lore, I never ventured to unsettle his conviction that the sun made its daily circuit round the earth, and for aught I said to the contrary, he lived and died in that belief. I had been about a year at Bardstown, living thus studiously and reclusely, when, as I was one day walking the street, I met 2 young girls, in one of whom I immediately recalled the little beauty whom I had kissed so impudently. She blushed up to the eyes, and so did I, but we both passed on without farther sign of recognition. This second glimpse of her, however, caused an odd fluttering about my heart. I could not get her out of my thoughts for days. She quite interfered with my studies. I tried to think of her as a mere child, but it would not do. She had improved in beauty, and was tending toward womanhood. And then I myself was but little better than a stripling. However, I did not attempt to seek after her, or even to find out who she was, but returned doggedly to my books. By degrees she faded from my thoughts, or if she did cross them occasionally, it was only to increase my despondency, for I feared that with all my exertions I should never be able to fit myself for the bar, or enable myself to support a wife. One cold stormy evening I was seated in dumpish mood in the bar-room of the inn, looking into the fire and turning over uncomfortable thoughts, when I was accosted by someone who had entered the room without my perceiving it. I looked up and saw before me a tall, and, as I thought, pompous-looking man, arrayed in small clothes and knee-buckles, with powdered head, and shoes nicely blacked and polished, a style of dress unparalleled in those days in that rough country. I took a peek against him from the very portliness of his appearance and stateliness of his manner, and bristled up as he accosted me. He demanded if my name was not Ringwood. I was startled, for I supposed myself perfectly incognito, but I answered in the affirmative. "Your family, I believe, lives in Richmond?" My gorge began to rise. "Yes, sir," replied I, sulkily, "my family does live in Richmond." "And what, may I ask, has brought you into this part of the country?" "Zounds, sir," cried I, starting on my feet, "what business is it of yours? How dare you to question me in this manner?" The entrance of some persons prevented a reply, but I walked up and down the bar-room, fuming with conscious independence and insulted dignity, while the pompous-looking personage who had thus trespassed upon my spleen retired without proffering another word. The next day, while seated in my room, someone tapped at the door, and on being bid to enter, the stranger in the powdered head, small clothes, and shining shoes and buckles walked in with ceremonious courtesy. My boyish pride was again in arms, but he subdued me. He was formal, but kind and friendly. He knew my family and understood my situation, and the dogged struggle I was making. A little conversation, when my jealous pride was once put to rest, drew everything from me. He was a lawyer of experience and of extensive practice, and offered at once to take me with him and direct my studies. The offer was too advantageous and gratifying not to be immediately accepted. From that time I began to look up. I was put into a proper track, and was enabled to study to a proper purpose. I made acquaintance, too, with some of the young men of the place who were in the same pursuit, and was encouraged at finding that I could hold my own in argument with them. We instituted a debating club, in which I soon became prominent and popular. Men of talents, engaged in other pursuits, joined it, and this diversified our subjects and put me on various tracks of inquiry. Ladies, too, attended some of our discussions, and this gave them a polite tone and had an influence on the manners of the debaters. My legal patron also may have had a favorable effect in correcting any roughness contracted in my hunter's life. He was calculated to bend me in an opposite direction, for he was of the old school, quoted Chesterfield on all occasions, and talked of Sir Charles Grandison, who was his beau ideal. It was Sir Charles Grandison, however, Kentuckyized. I had always been fond of female society. My experience, however, had hitherto been among the rough daughters of the backwoodsmen, and I felt an awe of young ladies in store clothes, delicately brought up. 2 or 3 of the married ladies of Bardstown, who had heard me at the debating club, determined that I was a genius, and undertook to bring me out. I believe I really improved under their hands, became quiet where I had been shy or sulky, and easy where I had been impudent. I called to take tea one evening with one of these ladies, when, to my surprise, and somewhat to my confusion, I found with her the identical blue-eyed little beauty whom I had so audaciously kissed. I was formally introduced to her, but neither of us betrayed any sign of previous acquaintance, except by blushing to the eyes. While tea was getting ready, the lady of the house went out of the room to give some directions, and left us alone. Heavens and earth, what a situation! I would have given all the pittance I was worth to have been in the deepest dell of the forest. I felt the necessity of saying something in excuse of my former rudeness, but I could not conjure up an idea, nor utter a word. Every moment matters were growing worse. I felt at one time tempted to do as I had done when I robbed her of the kiss, bolt from the room and take to flight, but I was chained to the spot, for I really longed to gain her goodwill. At length I plucked up courage on seeing that she was equally confused with myself, and walking desperately up to her, I exclaimed, "I have been trying to muster up something to say to you, but I cannot. I feel that I am in a horrible scrape. Do have pity on me, and help me out of it." A smile dimpled about her mouth and played among the blushes of her cheek. She looked up with a shy but arch glance of the eye that expressed a volume of comic recollection. We both broke into a laugh, and from that moment all went on well. A few evenings afterward I met her at a dance, and prosecuted the acquaintance. I soon became deeply attached to her, paid my court regularly, and before I was 19 years of age had engaged myself to marry her. I spoke to her mother, a widow lady, to ask her consent. She seemed to demur, upon which, with my customary haste, I told her there would be no use in opposing the match, for if her daughter chose to have me, I would take her, in defiance of her family and the whole world. She laughed, and told me I need not give myself any uneasiness. There would be no unreasonable opposition. She knew my family and all about me. The only obstacle was that I had no means of supporting a wife, and she had nothing to give with her daughter. No matter, at that moment everything was bright before me. I was in one of my sanguine moods. I feared nothing, doubted nothing. So it was agreed that I should prosecute my studies, obtain a license, and as soon as I should be fairly launched in business, we would be married. I now prosecuted my studies with redoubled ardor, and was up to my ears in law when I received a letter from my father, who had heard of me and my whereabouts. He applauded the course I had taken, but advised me to lay a foundation of general knowledge, and offered to defray my expenses if I would go to college. I felt the want of a general education, and was staggered with this offer. It militated somewhat against the self-independent course I had so proudly, or rather conceitedly, marked out for myself, but it would enable me to enter more advantageously upon my legal career. I talked over the matter with the lovely girl to whom I was engaged. She sided in opinion with my father, and talked so disinterestedly yet tenderly that, if possible, I loved her more than ever. I reluctantly, therefore, agreed to go to college for a couple of years, though it must necessarily postpone our union. Scarcely had I formed this resolution when her mother was taken ill and died, leaving her without a protector. This again altered all my plans. I felt as if I could protect her. I gave up all idea of collegiate studies, persuaded myself that by dint of industry and application I might overcome the deficiencies of education, and resolved to take out a license as soon as possible. That very autumn I was admitted to the bar, and within a month afterward was married. We were a young couple, she not much above 16, I not quite 20, and both almost without a dollar in the world. The establishment which we set up was suited to our circumstances: a log house with 2 small rooms, a bed, a table, a half-dozen chairs, a half-dozen knives and forks, a half-dozen spoons, everything by half-dozens, a little Delftware, everything in a small way. We were so poor, but then so happy. We had not been married many days when court was held at a county town about 25 miles distant. It was necessary for me to go there and put myself in the way of business, but how was I to go? I had expended all my means on our establishment, and then it was hard parting with my wife so soon after marriage. However, go I must. Money must be made, or we should soon have the wolf at the door. I accordingly borrowed a horse, and borrowed a little cash, and rode off from my door, leaving my wife standing at it, and waving her hand after me. Her last look, so sweet and beaming, went to my heart. I felt as if I could go through fire and water for her. I arrived at the county town on a cool October evening. The inn was crowded, for the court was to commence on the following day. I knew no one, and wondered how I, a stranger and a mere youngster, was to make my way in such a crowd, and to get business. The public room was thronged with the idlers of the country, who gather together on such occasions. There was some drinking going forward, with much noise, and a little altercation. Just as I entered the room, I saw a rough bully of a fellow, who was partly intoxicated, strike an old man. He came swaggering by me, and elbowed me as he passed. I immediately knocked him down, and kicked him into the street. I needed no better introduction. In a moment I had a dozen rough shakes of the hand, and invitations to drink, and found myself quite a personage in this rough assembly. The next morning the court opened. I took my seat among the lawyers, but felt as a mere spectator, not having a suit in progress or prospect, nor having any idea where business was to come from. In the course of the morning a man was put at the bar, charged with passing counterfeit money, and was asked if he was ready for trial. He answered in the negative. He had been confined in a place where there were no lawyers, and had not had an opportunity of consulting any. He was told to choose counsel from the lawyers present, and to be ready for trial on the following day. He looked round the court, and selected me. I was thunderstruck. I could not tell why he should make such a choice. I, a beardless youngster, unpracticed at the bar, perfectly unknown. I felt diffident yet delighted, and could have hugged the rascal. Before leaving the court, he gave me $100 in a bag as a retaining fee. I could scarcely believe my senses. It seemed like a dream. The heaviness of the fee spoke but lightly in favor of his innocence, but that was no affair of mine. I was to be advocate, not judge, nor jury. I followed him to jail, and learned from him all the particulars of his case. Thence I went to the clerk's office, and took minutes of the indictment. I then examined the law on the subject, and prepared my brief in my room. All this occupied me until midnight, when I went to bed and tried to sleep. It was all in vain. Never in my life was I more wide awake. A host of thoughts and fancies kept rushing through my mind. The shower of gold that had so unexpectedly fallen into my lap, the idea of my poor little wife at home, that I was to astonish with my good fortune. But then the awful responsibility I had undertaken. To speak for the first time in a strange court, the expectations the culprit had evidently formed of my talents, all these, and a crowd of similar notions, kept whirling through my mind. I tossed about all night, fearing the morning would find me exhausted and incompetent. In a word, the day dawned on me a miserable fellow. I got up feverish and nervous. I walked out before breakfast, striving to collect my thoughts and tranquilize my feelings. It was a bright morning. The air was pure and frosty. I bathed my forehead and my hands in a beautiful running stream, but I could not allay the fever heat that raged within. I returned to breakfast, but could not eat. A single cup of coffee formed my repast. It was time to go to court, and I went there with a throbbing heart. I believe if it had not been for the thoughts of my little wife in her lonely log house, I should have given back to the man his $100 and relinquished the cause. I took my seat, looking, I am convinced, more like a culprit than the rogue I was to defend. When the time came for me to speak, my heart died within me. I rose embarrassed and dismayed, and stammered in opening my cause. I went on from bad to worse, and felt as if I was going downhill. Just then the public prosecutor, a man of talents, but somewhat rough in his practice, made a sarcastic remark on something I had said. It was like an electric spark, and ran tingling through every vein in my body. In an instant my diffidence was gone. My whole spirit was in arms. I answered with promptness and bitterness, for I felt the cruelty of such an attack upon a novice in my situation. The public prosecutor made a kind of apology. This, from a man of his redoubted powers, was a vast concession. I renewed my argument with a fearless glow, carried the case through triumphantly, and the man was acquitted. This was the making of me. Everybody was curious to know who this new lawyer was, that had thus suddenly risen among them, and bearded the Attorney General at the very outset. The story of my debut at the inn on the preceding evening, when I had knocked down a bully and kicked him out of doors for striking an old man, was circulated with favorable exaggerations. Even my very beardless chin and juvenile countenance were in my favor, for people gave me far more credit than I really deserved. The chance business which occurs in our country courts came thronging upon me. I was repeatedly employed in other causes, and by Saturday night, when the court closed, and I had paid my bill at the inn, I found myself with $150 in silver, $300 in notes, and a horse that I afterwards sold for $200 more. Never did miser gloat on his money with more delight. I locked the door of my room, piled the money in a heap upon the table, walked round it, sat with my elbows on the table, and my chin upon my hands, and gazed upon it. Was I thinking of the money? No, I was thinking of my little wife at home. Another sleepless night ensued, but what a night of golden fancies and splendid air castles! As soon as morning dawned I was up, mounted the borrowed horse with which I had come to court, and led the other, which I had received as a fee. All the way I was delighting myself with the thoughts of the surprise I had in store for my little wife. For both of us had expected nothing but that I should spend all the money I had borrowed, and should return in debt. Our meeting was joyous, as you may suppose, but I played the part of the Indian hunter, who, when he returns from the chase, never for a time speaks of his success. She had prepared a snug little rustic meal for me, and while it was getting ready, I seated myself at an old-fashioned desk in one corner, and began to count over my money and put it away. She came to me before I had finished, and asked who I had collected the money for. For myself, to be sure, replied I, with affected coolness. I made it at court. She looked at me for a moment in the face incredulously. I tried to keep my countenance and to play Indian, but it would not do. My muscles began to twitch. My feelings all at once gave way. I caught her in my arms, laughed, cried, and danced about the room like a crazy man. From that time forward we never wanted for money. I had not been long in successful practice when I was surprised one day by a visit from my woodland patron, old Miller. The tidings of my prosperity had reached him in the wilderness, and he had walked 150 miles on foot to see me. By that time I had improved my domestic establishment, and had all things comfortable about me. He looked around him with a wondering eye at what he considered luxuries and superfluities, but supposed they were all right in my altered circumstances. He said he did not know, upon the whole, but that I acted for the best. It is true, if game had continued plenty, it would have been a folly for me to quit a hunter's life, but hunting was pretty nigh done up in Kentucky. The buffalo had gone to Missouri. The elk were nearly gone also. Deer, too, were growing scarce. They might last out his time, as he was growing old, but they were not worth setting up life upon. He had once lived on the borders of Virginia. Game grew scarce there. He followed it up across Kentucky, and now it was again giving him the slip, but he was too old to follow it farther. He remained with us 3 days. My wife did everything in her power to make him comfortable. But at the end of that time he said he must be off again to the woods. He was tired of the village, and of having so many people about him. He accordingly returned to the wilderness and to hunting life, but I fear he did not make a good end of it, for I understand that a few years before his death he married Sukey Thomas, who lived at the White Oak Run. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Seminoles. From the time of the chimerical cruisings of old Ponce de Leon in search of the Fountain of Youth, the avaricious expedition of Pamphilo de Narvaez in quest of gold, and the chivalrous enterprise of Hernando de Soto to discover and conquer a second Mexico, the natives of Florida have been continually subjected to the invasions and encroachments of white men. They have resisted them perseveringly, but fruitlessly, and are now battling amidst swamps and morasses for the last foothold of their native soil with all the ferocity of despair. Can we wonder at the bitterness of a hostility that has been handed down from father to son for upward of 3 centuries, and exasperated by the wrongs and miseries of each succeeding generation? The very name of the savages with whom we are fighting betokens their fallen and homeless condition. Formed of the wrecks of once powerful tribes, and driven from their ancient seats of prosperity and dominion, they are known by the name of the Seminoles, or wanderers. Bartram, who traveled through Florida in the latter part of the last century, speaks of passing through a great extent of ancient Indian fields, now silent and deserted, overgrown with forests, orange groves, and rank vegetation, the site of the ancient Alachua, the capital of a famous and powerful tribe, who in days of old could assemble thousands at bull play and other athletic exercises over these then happy fields and green plains. Almost every step we take, adds he, over these fertile heights, discovers the remains and traces of ancient human habitations and cultivation. We are told that about the year 1763, when Florida was ceded by the Spaniards to the English, the Indians generally retired from the towns and the neighborhood of the whites, and burying themselves in the deep forests, intricate swamps and hummocks, and vast savannas of the interior, devoted themselves to a pastoral life, and the rearing of horses and cattle. These are the people that received the name of the Seminoles, or wanderers, which they still retain. Bartram gives a pleasing picture of them at the time he visited them in their wilderness, when their distance from the abodes of the white man gave them a transient quiet and security. This handful of people, says he, possesses a vast territory, all east, and the greatest part of West Florida, which being naturally cut and divided into thousands of islets, knolls, and eminences, by the innumerable rivers, lakes, swamps, vast savannas, and ponds, form so many secure retreats and temporary dwelling places that effectually guard them from any sudden invasions or attacks from their enemies, and being such a swampy, hummocky country, furnishes such a plenty and variety of supplies for the nourishment of varieties of animals, that I can venture to assert that no part of the globe so abounds with wild game, or creatures fit for the food of man. Thus they enjoy a superabundance of the necessaries and conveniences of life, with the security of person and property, the two great concerns of mankind. The hides of deer, bears, tigers, and wolves, together with honey, wax, and other productions of the country, purchase their clothing, equipage, and domestic utensils from the whites. They seem to be free from want or desires, no cruel enemy to dread, nothing to give them disquietude, but the gradual encroachments of the white people. Thus contented and undisturbed, they appear as blithe and free as the birds of the air, and like them as volatile and active, tuneful and vociferous. The visage, action, and deportment of the Seminoles form the most striking picture of happiness in this life. Joy, contentment, love, and friendship, without guile or affectation, seem inherent in them, or predominant in their vital principle, for it leaves them with but the last breath of life. They are fond of games and gambling, and amuse themselves like children, in relating extravagant stories to cause surprise and mirth. The same writer gives an engaging picture of his treatment by the savages. Soon after entering the forest, we were met in the path by a small company of Indians, smiling and beckoning to us long before we joined them. This was a family of Tallahassocte, who had been out on a hunt, and were returning home, loaded with barbecued meat, hides, and honey. Their company consisted of the man, his wife, and children, well mounted on fine horses, with a number of pack horses. The man offered us a fawn's skin of honey, which I accepted, and at parting presented him with some fish hooks, sewing needles, etc. On our return to camp in the evening, we were saluted by a party of young Indian warriors who had pitched their tents on a green eminence near the lake, at a small distance from our camp, under a little grove of oaks and palms. This company consisted of 7 young Seminoles, under the conduct of a young prince, or chief of Tallahassocte, a town southward in the isthmus. They were all dressed and painted with singular elegance, and richly ornamented with silver plates, chains, etc., after the Seminole mode, with waving plumes of feathers on their crests. On our coming up to them, they arose and shook hands. We alighted, and sat a while with them by their cheerful fire. The young prince informed our chief that he was in pursuit of a young fellow who had fled from the town, carrying off with him one of his favorite young wives. He said merrily he would have the ears of both of them before he returned. He was rather above the middle stature, and the most perfect human figure I ever saw, of an amiable, engaging countenance, air, and deportment. Free and familiar in conversation, yet retaining a becoming gracefulness and dignity. We arose, took leave of them, and crossed a little vale, covered with a charming green turf, already illuminated by the soft light of the full moon. Soon after joining our companions at camp, our neighbors, the prince and his associates, paid us a visit. We treated them with the best fare we had, having till this time preserved our spirituous liquors. They left us with perfect cordiality and cheerfulness, wishing us a good repose, and retired to their own camp. Having a band of music with them, consisting of a drum, flutes, and a rattle gourd, they entertained us during the night with their music, vocal and instrumental. There is a languishing softness and melancholy air in the Indian convivial songs, especially of the amorous class, irresistibly moving attention and exquisitely pleasing, especially in their solitary recesses, when all nature is silent. Travelers who have been among them in more recent times, before they had embarked in their present desperate struggle, represent them in much the same light, as leading a pleasant, indolent life, in a climate that required little shelter or clothing, and where the spontaneous fruits of the earth furnished subsistence without toil. A cleanly race, delighting in bathing, passing much of their time under the shade of their trees, with heaps of oranges and other fine fruits for their refreshment, talking, laughing, dancing, and sleeping. Every chief had a fan hanging to his side, made of feathers of the wild turkey, the beautiful pink-colored crane, or the scarlet flamingo. With this he would sit and fan himself with great stateliness, while the young people danced before him. The women joined in the dances with the men, excepting the war dances. They wore strings of tortoise shells and pebbles round their legs, which rattled in cadence to the music. They were treated with more attention among the Seminoles than among most Indian tribes. Origin of the white, the red, and the black men, a Seminole tradition. When the Floridas were erected into a territory of the United States, one of the earliest cares of the governor, William P. Duval, was directed to the instruction and civilization of the natives. For this purpose he called a meeting of the chiefs, in which he informed them of the wish of their great father at Washington that they should have schools and teachers among them, and that their children should be instructed like the children of white men. The chiefs listened with their customary silence and decorum to a long speech, setting forth the advantages that would accrue to them from this measure, and when he had concluded, begged the interval of a day to deliberate on it. On the following day a solemn convocation was held, at which one of the chiefs addressed the governor in the name of all the rest. "My brother," said he, "we have been thinking over the proposition of our great father at Washington, to send teachers and set up schools among us. We are very thankful for the interest he takes in our welfare, but after much deliberation have concluded to decline his offer. What will do very well for white men will not do for red men. I know you white men say we all come from the same father and mother, but you are mistaken. We have a tradition handed down from our forefathers, and we believe it, that the Great Spirit, when he undertook to make men, made the black man. It was his first attempt, and pretty well for a beginning, but he soon saw he had bungled, so he determined to try his hand again. He did so, and made the red man. He liked him much better than the black man, but still he was not exactly what he wanted. So he tried once more, and made the white man, and then he was satisfied. You see, therefore, that you are made last, and that is the reason I call you my youngest brother. When the Great Spirit had made the 3 men, he called them together and showed them 3 boxes. The first was filled with books and maps and papers, the second with bows and arrows, knives and tomahawks, the third with spades, axes, hoes, and hammers. These, my sons, said he, are the means by which you are to live. Choose among them according to your fancy. The white man, being the favorite, had the first choice. He passed by the box of working tools without notice, but when he came to the weapons for war and hunting, he stopped and looked hard at them. The red man trembled, for he had set his heart upon that box. The white man, however, after looking upon it for a moment, passed on, and chose the box of books and papers. The red man's turn came next, and you may be sure he seized with joy upon the bows and arrows and tomahawks. As to the black man, he had no choice left but to put up with the box of tools. From this it is clear that the Great Spirit intended the white man should learn to read and write, to understand all about the moon and stars, and to make everything, even rum and whiskey. That the red man should be a first-rate hunter and a mighty warrior, but he was not to learn anything from books, as the Great Spirit had not given him any. Nor was he to make rum and whiskey, lest he should kill himself with drinking. As to the black man, as he had nothing but working tools, it was clear he was to work for the white and red man, which he has continued to do. We must go according to the wishes of the Great Spirit, or we shall get into trouble. To know how to read and write is very good for white men, but very bad for red men. It makes white men better, but red men worse. Some of the Creeks and Cherokees learnt to read and write, and they are the greatest rascals among all the Indians. They went on to Washington and said they were going to see their Great Father, to talk about the good of the nation. And when they got there, they all wrote upon a little piece of paper, without the nation at home knowing anything about it. And the first thing the nation at home knew of the matter, they were called together by the Indian agent, who showed them a little piece of paper, which he told them was a treaty, which their brethren had made in their name with their Great Father at Washington. And as they knew not what a treaty was, he held up the little piece of paper, and they looked under it, and lo, it covered a great extent of country. And they found that their brethren, by knowing how to read and write, had sold their houses and their lands and the graves of their fathers, and that the white man, by knowing how to read and write, had gained them. Tell our Great Father at Washington, therefore, that we are very sorry we cannot receive teachers among us, for reading and writing, though very good for white men, is very bad for Indians. The Conspiracy of Neamatha, an authentic sketch. In the autumn of 1823, Governor Duval and other commissioners on the part of the United States concluded a treaty with the chiefs and warriors of the Florida Indians, by which the latter, for certain considerations, ceded all claims to the whole territory, excepting a district in the eastern part, to which they were to remove, and within which they were to reside for 20 years. Several of the chiefs signed the treaty with great reluctance, but none opposed it more strongly than Neamethla, principal chief of the Miccosukkees, a fierce and warlike people, many of them Creeks by origin, who lived about the Miccosukee Lake. Neamethla had always been active in those depredations on the frontiers of Georgia, which had brought vengeance and ruin on the Seminoles. He was a remarkable man, upward of 60 years of age, about 6 feet high, with a fine eye, and a strongly marked countenance, over which he possessed great command. His hatred of the white men appeared to be mixed with contempt. On the common people he looked down with infinite scorn. He seemed unwilling to acknowledge any superiority of rank or dignity in Governor Duval, claiming to associate with him on terms of equality, as two great chieftains. Though he had been prevailed upon to sign the treaty, his heart revolted at it. In one of his frank conversations with Governor Duval, he observed, "This country belongs to the red man, and if I had the number of warriors at my command that this nation once had, I would not leave a white man on my lands. I would exterminate the whole. I can say this to you, for you can understand me. You are a man, but I would not say it to your people. They'd cry out I was a savage, and would take my life. They cannot appreciate the feelings of a man that loves his country." As Florida had but recently been erected into a territory, everything as yet was in rude and simple style. The governor, to make himself acquainted with the Indians, and to be nearer hand to keep an eye upon them, fixed his residence at Tallahassee, near the Foul Towns, inhabited by the Miccosukkees. His government palace for a time was a mere log house, and he lived on hunter's fare. The village of Neamethla was but about 3 miles off, and thither the governor occasionally rode to visit the old chieftain. In one of these visits he found Neamethla seated in his wigwam in the center of the village, surrounded by his warriors. The governor had brought him some liquor as a present, but it mounted quickly into his brain and rendered him quite boastful and belligerent. The theme ever uppermost in his mind was the treaty with the whites. It was true, he said, the red men had made such a treaty, but the white men had not acted up to it. The red men had received none of the money and the cattle that had been promised them. The treaty, therefore, was at an end, and they did not mean to be bound by it. Governor Duval calmly represented to him that the time appointed in the treaty for the payment and delivery of the money and the cattle had not yet arrived. This the old chieftain knew full well, but he chose, for the moment, to pretend ignorance. He kept on drinking and talking, his voice growing louder and louder, until it resounded all over the village. He held in his hand a long knife, with which he had been rasping tobacco. This he kept flourishing backward and forward as he talked, by way of giving effect to his words, brandishing it at times within an inch of the governor's throat. He concluded his tirade by repeating that the country belonged to the red man, and that sooner than give it up, his bones and the bones of his people should bleach upon its soil. Duval knew that the object of all this bluster was to see whether he could be intimidated. He kept his eye, therefore, fixed steadily on the chief, and the moment he concluded with his menace, seized him by the bosom of his hunting shirt, and clenching his other fist, "I've heard what you have said," replied he. "You have made a treaty, yet you say your bones shall bleach before you comply with it. As sure as there is a sun in heaven, your bones shall bleach if you do not fulfill every article of that treaty. I'll let you know that I am first here, and will see that you do your duty." Upon this, the old chieftain threw himself back, burst into a fit of laughing, and declared that all he had said was in joke. The governor suspected, however, that there was a grave meaning at the bottom of this jocularity. For 2 months everything went on smoothly. The Indians repaired daily to the log cabin palace of the governor at Tallahassee, and appeared perfectly contented. All at once they ceased their visits, and for 3 or 4 days not one was to be seen. Governor Duval began to apprehend that some mischief was brewing. On the evening of the 4th day, a chief named Yellow Hair, a resolute, intelligent fellow, who had always evinced an attachment for the governor, entered his cabin about 12 o'clock at night, and informed him that between 400 and 500 warriors, painted and decorated, were assembled to hold a secret war talk at Neamathla's town. He had slipped off to give intelligence at the risk of his life, and hastened back lest his absence should be discovered. Governor Duval passed an anxious night after this intelligence. He knew the talent and the daring character of Neamathla. He recollected the threats he had thrown out. He reflected that about 80 white families were scattered widely apart over a great extent of country, and might be swept away at once, should the Indians, as he feared, determine to clear the country. That he did not exaggerate the dangers of the case has been proved by the horrid scenes of Indian warfare which have since desolated that devoted region. After a night of sleepless cogitation, Duval determined on a measure suited to his prompt and resolute character. Knowing the admiration of the savages for personal courage, he determined by a sudden surprise to endeavor to overawe and check them. It was hazarding much, but where so many lives were in jeopardy, he felt bound to incur the hazard. Accordingly, on the next morning he set off on horseback, attended merely by a white man who had been reared among the Seminoles, and understood their language and manners, and who acted as interpreter. They struck into an Indian trail leading to Neamathla's village. After proceeding about half a mile, Governor Duval informed the interpreter of the object of his expedition. The latter, though a bold man, paused and remonstrated. The Indians among whom they were going were among the most desperate and discontented of the nation. Many of them were veteran warriors, impoverished and exasperated by defeat, and ready to set their lives at any hazard. He said that if they were holding a war council, it must be with desperate intent, and it would be certain death to intrude among them. Duval made light of his apprehensions. He said he was perfectly well acquainted with the Indian character, and should certainly proceed. So saying, he rode on. When within half a mile of the village, the interpreter addressed him again in such a tremulous tone that Duval turned and looked him in the face. He was deadly pale, and once more urged the governor to return, as they would certainly be massacred if they proceeded. Duval repeated his determination to go on, but advised the other to return, lest his pale face should betray fear to the Indians, and they might take advantage of it. The interpreter replied that he would rather die 1,000 deaths than have it said he had deserted his leader when in peril. Duval then told him he must translate faithfully all he should say to the Indians without softening a word. The interpreter promised faithfully to do so, adding that he well knew, when they were once in the town, nothing but boldness could save them. They now rode into the village and advanced to the council house. This was rather a group of 4 houses forming a square, in the center of which was a great council fire. The houses were open in front toward the fire and closed in the rear. At each corner of the square there was an interval between the houses for ingress and egress. In these houses sat the old men and the chiefs. The young men were gathered round the fire. Neamatha presided at the council, elevated on a higher seat than the rest. Governor Duval entered by one of the corner intervals, and rode boldly into the center of the square. The young men made way for him. An old man who was speaking paused in the midst of his harangue. In an instant 30 or 40 rifles were cocked and leveled. Never had Duval heard so loud a click of triggers. It seemed to strike to his heart. He gave one glance at the Indians and turned off with an air of contempt. He did not dare, he says, to look again, lest it might affect his nerves, and on the firmness of his nerves everything depended. The chief threw up his arm. The rifles were lowered. Duval breathed more freely. He felt disposed to leap from his horse, but restrained himself and dismounted leisurely. He then walked deliberately up to Neamatha and demanded, in an authoritative tone, what were his motives for holding that council. The moment he made this demand, the orator sat down. The chief made no reply, but hung his head in apparent confusion. After a moment's pause, Duval proceeded. I am well aware of the meaning of this war council, and deem it my duty to warn you against prosecuting the schemes you have been devising. If a single hair of a white man in this country falls to the ground, I will hang you and your chiefs on the trees around your council house. You cannot pretend to withstand the power of the white men. You are in the palm of the hand of your great father at Washington, who can crush you like an eggshell. You may kill me, I am but one man, but recollect, white men are numerous as the leaves on the trees. Remember the fate of your warriors, whose bones are whitening in battlefields. Remember your wives and children, who perished in swamps. Do you want to provoke more hostilities? Another war with the white men, and there will not be a Seminole left to tell the story of his race. Seeing the effect of his words, he concluded by appointing a day for the Indians to meet him at St. Mark's, and give an account of their conduct. He then rode off, without giving them time to recover from their surprise. That night he rode 40 miles to Apalachicola River, to the tribe of the same name, who were in feud with the Seminoles. They promptly put 250 warriors at his disposal, whom he ordered to be at St. Mark's at the appointed day. He sent out runners also, and mustered 100 of the militia to repair to the same place, together with a number of regulars from the army. All his arrangements were successful. Having taken these measures, he returned to Tallahassee, to the neighborhood of the conspirators, to show them that he was not afraid. Here he ascertained through Yellowhair that 9 towns were disaffected and had been concerned in the conspiracy. He was careful to inform himself from the same source of the names of the warriors in each of those towns who were most popular, though poor and destitute of rank and command. When the appointed day was at hand for the meeting at St. Mark's, Governor Duval set off with Neamatha, who was at the head of 800 or 900 warriors, but who feared to venture into the fort without him. As they entered the fort and saw troops and militia drawn up there, and a force of Apalachicola soldiers stationed on the opposite bank of the river, they thought they were betrayed and were about to fly, but Duval assured them they were safe, and that when the talk was over they might go home unmolested. A grand talk was now held, in which the late conspiracy was discussed. As he had foreseen, Neamatha and the other old chiefs threw all the blame upon the young men. "Well," replied Duval, "with us white men, when we find a man incompetent to govern those under him, we put him down and appoint another in his place. Now, as you all acknowledge, you cannot manage your young men. We must put chiefs over them who can." So saying, he deposed Neamathla first, appointing another in his place, and so on with all the rest, taking care to substitute the warriors who had been pointed out to him as poor and popular, putting medals round their necks and investing them with great ceremony. The Indians were surprised and delighted at finding the appointments fall upon the very men they would themselves have chosen, and hailed them with acclamations. The warriors thus unexpectedly elevated to command, and clothed with dignity, were secured to the interests of the governor, and sure to keep an eye on the disaffected. As to the great chief Neamathla, he left the country in disgust, and returned to the Creek nation, who elected him a chief of one of their towns. Thus, by the resolute spirit and prompt sagacity of one man, a dangerous conspiracy was completely defeated. Governor Duval was afterwards enabled to remove the whole nation through his own personal influence, without the aid of the general government. Note: the foregoing anecdotes concerning the Seminoles were gathered in conversation with Governor Duval, the original of Ralph Ringwood. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. The Count Van Horn. During the minority of Louis XV, while the Duke of Orleans was regent of France, a young Flemish nobleman, the Count Antoine Joseph Van Horn, made his sudden appearance in Paris, and by his character, conduct, and the subsequent disasters in which he became involved, created a great sensation in the high circles of the proud aristocracy. He was about 22 years of age, tall, finely formed, with a pale, romantic countenance, and eyes of remarkable brilliancy and wildness. He was one of the most ancient and highly esteemed families of European nobility, being of the line of the Princes of Horn and Overyke, sovereign Counts of Haute-Kirk, and hereditary Grand Veneur of the Empire. The family took its name from the little town and seigneury of Horn in Brabant, and was known as early as the 11th century among the little dynasties of the Netherlands, and since that time by a long line of illustrious generations. At the Peace of Utrecht, when the Netherlands passed under subjection to Austria, the House of Van Horn came under the domination of the Emperor. At the time we treat of, 2 of the branches of this ancient house were extinct. The third and only surviving branch was represented by the reigning prince, Maximilian Emmanuel Van Horn, 24 years of age, who resided in honorable and courtly style on his hereditary domains at Bossigny in the Netherlands, and his brother, the Count Antoine Joseph, who is the subject of this memoir. The ancient house of Van Horn, by the intermarriage of its various branches with the noble families of the continent, had become widely connected and interwoven with the high aristocracy of Europe. The Count Antoine, therefore, could claim relationship to many of the proudest names in Paris. In fact, he was grandson, by the mother's side, of the Prince de Ligne, and even might boast of affinity to the regent, the Duke of Orleans himself. There were circumstances, however, connected with his sudden appearance in Paris and his previous story, that placed him in what is termed a false position, a word of baleful significance in the fashionable vocabulary of France. The young count had been a captain in the service of Austria, but had been cashiered for irregular conduct, and for disrespect to Prince Louis of Baden, commander-in-chief. To check him in his wild career, and bring him to sober reflection, his brother the prince caused him to be arrested, and sent to the old castle of Van Wert, in the domains of Hoorn. This was the same castle in which, in former times, John Van Hoorn, stadtholder of Gelder, had imprisoned his father, a circumstance which has furnished Rembrandt with the subject of an admirable painting. The governor of the castle was one Van Wert, grandson of the famous John Van Wert, the hero of many a popular song and legend. It was the intention of the prince that his brother should be held in honorable durance, for his object was to sober and improve, not to punish and afflict him. Van Wert, however, was a stern, harsh man, of violent passions. He treated the youth in a manner that prisoners and offenders were treated in the strongholds of the robber counts of Germany in old times, confined him in a dungeon, and inflicted on him such hardships and indignities that the irritable temperament of the young count was roused to continual fury, which ended in insanity. For 6 months was the unfortunate youth kept in this horrible state, without his brother the prince being informed of his melancholy condition, or of the cruel treatment to which he was subjected. At length, one day, in a paroxysm of frenzy, the count knocked down 2 of his jailers with a beetle, escaped from the castle of Van Wert, and eluded all pursuit, and after roving about in a state of distraction, made his way to Beausigny, and appeared like a spectre before his brother. The prince was shocked at his wretched, emaciated appearance, and his lamentable state of mental alienation. He received him with the most compassionate tenderness, lodged him in his own room, appointed 3 servants to attend and watch over him day and night, and endeavored, by the most soothing and affectionate assiduity, to atone for the past act of rigor with which he reproached himself. When he learned, however, the manner in which his unfortunate brother had been treated in confinement, and the course of brutalities that had led to his mental malady, he was aroused to indignation. His first step was to cashier Van Wert from his command. That violent man set the prince at defiance, and attempted to maintain himself in his government and his castle, by instigating the peasants for several leagues round to revolt. His insurrection might have been formidable against the power of a petty prince, but he was put under the ban of the empire, and seized as a state prisoner. The memory of his grandfather, the oft-sung John Van Wert, alone saved him from a gibbet, but he was imprisoned in the strong tower of Hoorn-op-Zee. There he remained until he was 82 years of age, savage, violent, and unconquered to the last, for we are told that he never ceased fighting and thumping as long as he could close a fist or wield a cudgel. In the meantime, a course of kind and gentle treatment and wholesome regimen, and above all, the tender and affectionate assiduity of his brother the prince, produced the most salutary effects upon Count Antoine. He gradually recovered his reason, but a degree of violence seemed always lurking at the bottom of his character, and he required to be treated with the greatest caution and mildness, for the least contradiction exasperated him. In this state of mental convalescence, he began to find the supervision and restraints of brotherly affection insupportable, so he left the Netherlands furtively, and repaired to Paris, whither, in fact, it is said he was called by motives of interest to make arrangements concerning a valuable estate, which he inherited from his relative, the Princess d'Épinay. On his arrival in Paris, he called upon the Marquis of Crequy and other of the high nobility with whom he was connected. He was received with great courtesy, but as he brought no letters from his elder brother the prince, and as various circumstances of his previous history had transpired, they did not receive him into their families, nor introduce him to their ladies. Still, they feted him in bachelor's style, gave him gay and elegant suppers at their separate apartments, and took him to their boxes at the theatres. He was often noticed, too, at the doors of the most fashionable churches, taking his stand among the young men of fashion; and at such times his tall, elegant figure, his pale but handsome countenance, and his flashing eyes distinguished him from among the crowd, and the ladies declared that it was almost impossible to support his ardent gaze. The Count did not afflict himself much at his limited circulation in the fastidious circles of the high aristocracy. He relished society of a wilder and less ceremonious cast, and meeting with loose companions to his taste, soon ran into all the excesses of the capital in that most licentious period. It is said that, in the course of his wild career, he had an intrigue with a lady of quality, a favourite of the regent, that he was surprised by that prince, in one of his interviews, that sharp words passed between them, and that the jealousy and vengeance thus awakened ended only with his life. About this time the famous Mississippi scheme of law was at its height, or rather it began to threaten that disastrous catastrophe which convulsed the whole financial world. Every effort was making to keep the bubble inflated. The vagrant population of France was swept off from the streets at night, and conveyed to Havre de Grace, to be shipped to the projected colonies. Even laboring people and mechanics were thus crimped and spirited away. As Count Antoine was in the habit of sallying forth at night in disguise, in pursuit of his pleasures, he came near being carried off by a gang of crimps. It seemed, in fact, as if they had been lying in wait for him, as he had experienced very rough treatment at their hands. Complaint was made of his case by his relation, the Marquis de Crequy, who took much interest in the youth, but the Marquis received mysterious intimations not to interfere in the matter, but to advise the Count to quit Paris immediately. If he lingers, he is lost. This has been cited as a proof that vengeance was dogging at the heels of the unfortunate youth, and only watching for an opportunity to destroy him. Such opportunity occurred but too soon. Among the loose companions with whom the Count had become intimate were two who lodged in the same hotel with him. One was a youth only 20 years of age, who passed himself off as the Chevalier d'Etampes, but whose real name was Lestang, the prodigal son of a Flemish banker. The other, named Laurent de Mille, a Piedmontese, was a cashiered captain, and at the time an esquire in the service of the dissolute Princess de Carignan, who kept gambling tables in her palace. It is probable that gambling propensities had brought these young men together, and that their losses had driven them to desperate measures. Certain it is that all Paris was suddenly astounded by a murder which they were said to have committed. What made the crime more startling was that it seemed connected with the great Mississippi scheme, at that time the fruitful source of all kinds of panics and agitations. A Jew, a stockbroker, who dealt largely in shares of the Bank of Law, founded on the Mississippi scheme, was the victim. The story of his death is variously related. The darkest account states that the Jew was decoyed by these young men into an obscure tavern, under pretext of negotiating with him for bank shares, to the amount of 100,000 crowns, which he had with him in his pocketbook. Lestang kept watch upon the stairs. The Count and Demi entered with the Jew into a chamber. In a little while there were heard cries and struggles from within. A waiter passing by the room looked in, and seeing the Jew weltering in his blood, shut the door again, double-locked it, and alarmed the house. Lestang rushed downstairs, made his way to the hotel, secured his most portable effects, and fled the country. The Count and Demi endeavored to escape by the window, but were both taken and conducted to prison. A circumstance which occurs in this part of the Count's story seems to point him out as a fated man. His mother and his brother, the Prince Van Horn, had received intelligence some time before at Bossigny of the dissolute life the Count was leading at Paris, and of his losses at play. They dispatched a gentleman of the prince's household to Paris to pay the debts of the Count, and persuade him to return to Flanders, or, if he should refuse, to obtain an order from the regent for him to quit the capital. Unfortunately, the gentleman did not arrive at Paris until the day after the murder. The news of the Count's arrest and imprisonment on a charge of murder caused a violent sensation among the high aristocracy. All those connected with him, who had treated him hitherto with indifference, found their dignity deeply involved in the question of his guilt or innocence. A general convocation was held at the hotel of the Marquis de Créqui, of all the relatives and allies of the House of Horn. It was an assemblage of the most proud and aristocratic personages of Paris. Inquiries were made into the circumstances of the affair. It was ascertained beyond a doubt that the Jew was dead, and that he had been killed by several stabs of a poignard. In escaping by the window, it was said that the Count had fallen and been immediately taken, but that Demi had fled through the streets, pursued by the populace, and had been arrested at some distance from the scene of the murder; that the Count had declared himself innocent of the death of the Jew, and that he had risked his own life in endeavoring to protect him, but that Demi, on being brought back to the tavern, confessed to a plot to murder the broker, and rob him of his pocketbook, and inculpated the Count in the crime. Another version of the story was that the Count Van Horn had deposited with the broker bank shares to the amount of 88,000 livres, that he had sought him in this tavern, which was one of his resorts, and had demanded the shares; that the Jew had denied the deposit; that a quarrel had ensued, in the course of which the Jew struck the Count in the face; that the latter, transported with rage, had snatched up a knife from a table and wounded the Jew in the shoulder; and that thereupon Demi, who was present, and who had likewise been defrauded by the broker, fell on him, and dispatched him with blows of a poignard, and seized upon his pocketbook; that he had offered to divide the contents of the latter with the Count pro rata of what the usurer had defrauded them; that the latter had refused the proposition with disdain; and that, at a noise of persons approaching, both had attempted to escape from the premises, but had been taken. Regard the story in any way they might, appearances were terribly against the Count, and the noble assemblage was in great consternation. What was to be done to ward off so foul a disgrace, and to save their illustrious escutcheons from this murderous stain of blood? Their first attempt was to prevent the affair from going to trial, and their relative from being dragged before a criminal tribunal on so horrible and degrading a charge. They applied therefore to the regent to intervene his power, to treat the Count as having acted under an access of his mental malady, and to shut him up in a madhouse. The regent was deaf to their solicitations. He replied coldly that if the Count was a madman, one could not get rid too quickly of madmen who were furious in their insanity. The crime was too public and atrocious to be hushed up or slurred over. Justice must take its course. Seeing there was no avoiding the humiliating scene of a public trial, the noble relatives of the Count endeavored to predispose the minds of the magistrates before whom he was to be arraigned. They accordingly made urgent and eloquent representations of the high descent and noble and powerful connections of the Count, set forth the circumstances of his early history, his mental malady, the nervous irritability to which he was subject, and his extreme sensitiveness to insult or contradiction. By these means they sought to prepare the judges to interpret everything in favor of the Count, and even if it should prove that he had inflicted the mortal blow on the usurer, to attribute it to access of insanity provoked by insult. To give full effect to these representations, the noble conclave determined to bring upon the judges the dazzling rays of the whole assembled aristocracy. Accordingly, on the day that the trial took place, the relations of the Count, to the number of 57 persons, of both sexes and of the highest rank, repaired in a body to the Palace of Justice, and took their stations in a long corridor which led to the courtroom. Here, as the judges entered, they had to pass in review this array of lofty and noble personages, who saluted them mournfully and significantly as they passed. Anyone conversant with the stately pride and jealous dignity of the French noblesse of that day may imagine the extreme state of sensitiveness that produced this self-abasement. It was confidently presumed, however, by the noble suppliants, that having once brought themselves to this measure, their influence over the tribunal would be irresistible. There was one lady present, however, Madame de Beaufremont, who was affected with the Scottish gift of second sight, and related such dismal and sinister apparitions as passing before her eyes, that many of her female companions were filled with doleful presentiments. Unfortunately for the Count, there was another interest at work, more powerful even than the high aristocracy. The infamous but all-potent Abbé Dubois, the grand favorite and bosom counselor of the regent, was deeply interested in the scheme of law, and the prosperity of his bank, and of course in the security of the stockbrokers. Indeed, the regent himself is said to have dipped deep in the Mississippi scheme. Dubois and Law, therefore, exerted their influence to the utmost to have the tragic affair pushed to the extremity of the law, and the murderer of the broker punished in the most signal and appalling manner. Certain it is, the trial was neither long nor intricate. The Count and his fellow prisoner were equally inculpated in the crime, and both were condemned to a death the most horrible and ignominious, to be broken alive on the wheel. As soon as the sentence of the court was made public, all the nobility, in any degree related to the house of Van Horn, went into mourning. Another grand aristocratical assemblage was held, and a petition to the regent on behalf of the Count was drawn out and left with the Marquis de Créquy for signature. This petition set forth the previous insanity of the Count, and showed that it was a hereditary malady in his family. It stated various circumstances in mitigation of his offense, and implored that his sentence might be commuted to perpetual imprisonment. upward of 50 names of the highest nobility, beginning with the Prince de Ligne and including cardinals, archbishops, dukes, marquises, etc., together with the ladies of equal rank, were signed to this petition. By one of the caprices of human pride and vanity, it became an object of ambition to get enrolled among the illustrious suppliants, a kind of testimonial of noble blood, to prove relationship to a murderer. The Marquis de Créquy was absolutely besieged by applicants to sign, and had to refer their claims to this singular honor to the Prince de Ligne, the grandfather of the Count. Many who were excluded were highly incensed, and numerous feuds took place. Nay, the affronts thus given to the morbid pride of some aristocratical families passed from generation to generation. For 50 years afterward, the Duchess of Mazarin complained of a slight which her father had received from the Marquis de Créquy, which proved to be something connected with the signature of this petition. This important document being completed, the illustrious body of petitioners, male and female, on Saturday evening, the eve of Palm Sunday, repaired to the Palais Royal, the residence of the regent, and were ushered with great ceremony, but profound silence, into his hall of council. They had appointed 4 of their number as deputies to present the petition, viz., the Cardinal de Rohan, the Duc de Havré, the Prince de Ligne, and the Marquis de Créquy. After a little while, the deputies were summoned to the cabinet of the regent. They entered, leaving the assembled petitioners in a state of the greatest anxiety. As time slowly wore away and the evening advanced, the gloom of the company increased. Several of the ladies prayed devoutly. The good Princess of Armagnac told her beads. The petition was received by the regent with a most unpropitious aspect. In asking the pardon of the criminal, said he, you display more zeal for the house of Van Horn than for the service of the king. The noble deputies enforced the petition by every argument in their power. They supplicated the regent to consider that the infamous punishment in question would reach not merely the person of the condemned, not merely the house of Van Horn, but also the genealogies of princely and illustrious families, in whose armorial bearings might be found quarterings of this dishonored name. Gentlemen, replied the regent, it appears to me the disgrace consists in the crime rather than in the punishment. The Prince de Ligne spoke with warmth. I have in my genealogical standard, said he, 4 escutcheons of Van Horn, and of course have 4 ancestors of that house. I must have them erased and effaced, and there would be so many blank spaces like holes in my heraldic ensigns. There is not a sovereign family which would not suffer through the rigor of your royal highness. Nay, all the world knows that in the 32 quarterings of Madame, your mother, there is an escutcheon of Van Horn. Very well, replied the regent, I will share the disgrace with you, gentlemen. Seeing that a pardon could not be obtained, the Cardinal de Rohan and the Marquis de Créquy left the cabinet, but the Prince de Ligne and the Duc de Havré remained behind. The honor of their houses, more than the life of the unhappy count, was the great object of their solicitude. They now endeavored to obtain a minor grace. They represented that in the Netherlands and in Germany there was an important difference in the public mind as to the mode of inflicting the punishment of death upon persons of quality. That decapitation had no influence on the fortunes of the family of the executed, but that the punishment of the wheel was such an infamy that the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters of the criminal, and his whole family for 3 succeeding generations, were excluded from all noble chapters, princely abbeys, sovereign bishoprics, and even Teutonic commanderies of the Order of Malta. They showed how this would operate immediately upon the fortunes of a sister of the Count, who was on the point of being received as a canoness into one of the noble chapters. While this scene was going on in the cabinet of the regent, the illustrious assemblage of petitioners remained in the hall of council, in the most gloomy state of suspense. The re-entrance from the cabinet of the Cardinal de Rohan and the Marquis de Crequy, with pale, downcast countenances, had struck a chill into every heart. Still they lingered until near midnight to learn the result of the after application. At length the cabinet conference was at an end. The regent came forth and saluted the high personages of the assemblage in a courtly manner. One old lady of quality, Madame de Guyon, whom he had known in his infancy, he kissed on the cheek, calling her his good aunt. He made a most ceremonious salutation to the stately Marchioness de Crequy, telling her he was charmed to see her at the Palais Royal, a compliment very ill-timed, said the Marchioness, considering the circumstance which brought me there. He then conducted the ladies to the door of the second saloon, and there dismissed them with the most ceremonious politeness. The application of the Prince de Ligne and the Duc de Havre for a change of the mode of punishment had, after much difficulty, been successful. The regent had promised solemnly to send a letter of commutation to the Attorney General on Holy Monday, the 25th of March, at 5 o'clock in the morning. According to the same promise, a scaffold would be arranged in the cloister of the Conciergerie, or prison, where the Count would be beheaded on the same morning, immediately after having received absolution. This mitigation of the form of punishment gave but little consolation to the great body of petitioners, who had been anxious for the pardon of the youth. It was looked upon as all-important, however, by the Prince de Ligne, who, as has been before observed, was exquisitely alive to the dignity of his family. The Bishop of Bayeux and the Marquis de Crequy visited the unfortunate youth in prison. He had just received the communion in the chapel of the Conciergerie, and was kneeling before the altar, listening to a mass for the dead, which was performed at his request. He protested his innocence of any intention to murder the Jew, but did not deign to allude to the accusation of robbery. He made the bishop and the marquis promise to see his brother the prince, and inform him of this, his dying asseveration. Two other of his relations, the Prince Rebecque Montmorency and the Marshal van Eysenheim, visited him secretly and offered him poison, as a means of evading the disgrace of a public execution. On his refusing to take it, they left him with high indignation. "Miserable man," said they, "you are fit only to perish by the hand of the executioner." The Marquis de Crequy sought the executioner of Paris to bespeak an easy and decent death for the unfortunate youth. "Do not make him suffer," said he. "Uncover no part of him but the neck, and have his body placed in a coffin before you deliver it to his family." The executioner promised all that was requested, but declined a rouleau of 100 louis d'or, which the marquis would have put into his hand. "I am paid by the king for fulfilling my office," said he, and added that he had already refused a like sum offered by another relation of the marquis. The Marquis de Crequy returned home in a state of deep affliction. There he found a letter from the Duc de Saint-Simon, the familiar friend of the regent, repeating the promise of that prince, that the punishment of the wheel should be commuted to decapitation. Imagine, says the Marchioness de Créqui, who in her Memoirs gives a detailed account of this affair, imagine what we experienced, and what was our astonishment, our grief, and indignation, when on Tuesday the 26th of March, an hour after midday, word was brought us that the Count Van Horn had been exposed on the wheel in the Place de Grève, since 6:30 in the morning, on the same scaffold with the Piémontaise Demi, and that he had been tortured previous to execution. One more scene of aristocratic pride closed this tragic story. The Marquis de Créqui, on receiving this astounding news, immediately arrayed himself in the uniform of a general officer, with his cordon of nobility on the coat. He ordered 6 valets to attend him in grand livery, and 2 of his carriages, each with 6 horses, to be brought forth. In this sumptuous state he set off for the Place de Grève, where he had been preceded by the Prince de Ligne, de Rohan, de Cruy, and the Duc de Havre. The Count Van Horn was already dead, and it was believed that the executioner had had the charity to give him the coup de grâce, or death blow, at 8 o'clock in the morning. At 5 o'clock in the evening, when the judge commissary left his post at the Hôtel de Ville, these noblemen, with their own hands, aided to detach the mutilated remains of their relation. The Marquis de Créqui placed them in one of his carriages, and bore them off to his hotel to receive the last sad obsequies. The conduct of the regent in this affair excited general indignation. His needless severity was attributed by some to vindictive jealousy, by others to the persevering machinations of law and the Abbé Dubois. The house of Van Horn and the high nobility of Flanders and Germany considered themselves flagrantly outraged. Many schemes of vengeance were talked of, and a hatred engendered against the regent that followed him through life, and was wreaked with bitterness upon his memory after his death. The following letter is said to have been written to the regent by the Prince Van Horn, to whom the former had adjudged the confiscated effects of the count. I do not complain, sir, of the death of my brother, but I complain that your Royal Highness has violated in his person the rights of the kingdom, the nobility, and the nation. I thank you for the confiscation of his effects, but I should think myself as much disgraced as he, should I accept any favor at your hands. I hope that God and the king may render to you as strict justice as you have rendered to my unfortunate brother. End of section 21.
Section number 22 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Charlie Dykman. I have heard of spirits walking with aerial bodies, and have wondered at by others. But I must only wonder at myself, for if they be not mad, I've come to my own burial. Shirley's Witty Fairy 1. Everybody has heard the fate of Don Juan, the famous libertine of Seville, who, for his sins against the fair sex and other minor peccadilloes, was hurried away to the infernal regions. His story has been illustrated in play, in pantomime, and farce, on every stage in Christendom, until at length it has been rendered the theme of the opera of operas, and embalmed to endless duration in the glorious music of Mozart. I well recollect the effect of this story upon my feelings in my boyish days, though represented in grotesque pantomime, the awe with which I contemplated the monumental statue on horseback of the murdered commander, gleaming by pale moonlight in the convent cemetery, How my heart quaked as he bowed his marble head and accepted the impious invitation of Don Juan. How each footfall of the statue smote upon my heart as I heard it approach, step by step, through the echoing corridor, and beheld it enter and advance, a moving figure of stone, to the supper table. But then the convivial scene in the Charnel house, where Don Juan returned to the visit of the statue, was offered a banquet of skulls and bones, and on refusing to partake, was hurled into a yawning gulf under a tremendous shower of fire. These were accumulated horrors enough to shake the nerves of the most pantomime-loving schoolboy. Many have supposed the story of Don Juan a mere fable. I myself thought so once, but seeing is believing. I have since beheld the very scene where it took place, and now to indulge any doubt on the subject would be preposterous. I was one night perambulating the streets of Seville, in company with a Spanish friend, a curious investigator of the popular traditions and other good-for-nothing lore of the city, and who was kind enough to imagine he had met, in me, with a congenial spirit. In the course of our rambles, we were passing by a heavy dark gateway, opening into the courtyard of a convent, where he laid his hand upon my arm. "Stop," said he. "This is the convent of San Francisco. There is a story connected with it, which I am sure must be known to you. You cannot but have heard of Don Juan and the marble statue." "Undoubtedly," replied I. "It has been familiar to me from childhood." "Well, then, it was in the cemetery of this very convent that the events took place." "Why, you do not mean to say that the story is founded on fact?" "Undoubtedly it is. The circumstances of the case are said to have occurred during the reign of Alfonso XI. Don Juan was of the noble family of Tenorio, one of the most illustrious houses of all Andalusia. His father, Don Diego Tenorio, was a favorite of the king, and his family ranked among the cientencuatros, or magistrates of the city. Presuming on his high descent and powerful connections, Don Juan set no bounds to his excesses. No female, high or low, was sacred from his pursuit, and he soon became the scandal of Seville. One of his most daring outrages was to penetrate by night into the palaces of Don Gonzalo de Ulloa, the commander of the Order of Calatrava, and attempt to carry off his daughter. The household was alarmed. A scuffle in the dark took place. Don Juan escaped, but the unfortunate commander was found weltering in his blood, and expired without being able to name his murderer. Suspicions attached to Don Juan. He did not stop to meet the investigations of justice and the vengeance of the powerful family of Ulloa, but fled from Seville, and took refuge with his uncle, Don Pedro Tenorio, at the time ambassador at the court of Naples. Here he remained until the investigation occasioned by the murder of Don Gonzalo had time to subside, and the scandal which the affair might cause to both the families of Ulloa and Tenorio had induced them to hush it up. Don Juan, however, continued his libertine career at Naples, until at length his excesses forfeited the protection of his uncle the ambassador, and obliged him again to flee. He had made his way back to Seville, trusting that his past misdeeds were forgotten, or rather trusting to his daredevil spirit and the power of his family to carry him through all difficulties. It was shortly after his return, and while in the height of his arrogance, that on visiting this very convent of Francisco, he beheld on a monument the equestrian statue of the murdered commander, who had been buried within the walls of this sacred edifice, where the family of Ulloa had a chapel. It was on this occasion that Don Juan, in a moment of impious levity, invited the statue to the banquet, the awful catastrophe of which has been given such celebrity to his story. "And pray how much of this story," said I, "is believed in Seville?" "The whole of it by the populace, with whom it has been a favorite tradition since time immemorial, and who crowd to the theaters to see it represented in dramas written long since by Tirso de Molina, another of our popular writers. Many in our higher ranks also, accustomed from childhood to this story, would feel somewhat indignant at hearing it treated with contempt. An attempt has been made to explain the whole by asserting that, to put an end to the extravagances of Don Juan and to pacify the family of Ulloa, without exposing the delinquent to the degrading penalties of justice, he was decoyed into this convent under false pretext, and either plagued into a perpetual dungeon or privately hurried out of existence, while the story of the statue was circulated by the monks to account for his sudden disappearance. The populace, however, are not to be cajoled out of a ghost story by any of these plausible explanations, and the marble statue still strides the stage, and Don Juan is still plunged into the infernal regions as an awful warning to all rake-helly youngsters in case offending. While my companion was relating these anecdotes, we had traversed the exterior courtyard of the convent, and made our way into the great interior court, partly surrounded by cloisters and dormitories, partly by chapels, and having a large fountain in the center. The pile had evidently once been extensive and magnificent, but it was for the greater part in ruins. By the light of the stars and of twinkling lamps placed here and there in the chapels and corridors, I could see that many of the columns and arches were broken. The walls were rent and riven, while burnt beams and rafters showed the destructive effects of fire. The whole place had a desolate air, and the night breeze rustled through grass and weeds flaunting out of the crevices of the walls, or from the shattered columns. The bat flitted about the vaulted passages, and the owl hooted from the ruined belfry. Never was any scene more completely fitted for a ghost story. While I was indulging in picturings of the fancy proper to such a place, the deep chant of the monks from the convent church came swelling upon the ear. "It is the vesper service," said my companion. "Follow me." Leading the way across the court of the cloisters and through one or two ruined passages, he reached the portal of the church, and pushing open a wicket cut in the folding doors, we found ourselves in the deep, arched vestibule of the sacred edifice. To our left was the choir, forming one end of the church, and having a low vaulted ceiling which gave it the look of a cavern. About this were ranged the monks, seated on stools and chanting from immense books, placed on music stands, and having the notes scored in such gigantic characters as to be legible from every part of the choir. A few lights on these music stands dimly illuminated the choir, gleamed on the shaven heads of the monks, and threw their shadows on the walls. They were gross, blue-bearded, bullet-headed men with bass voices of deep metallic tone that reverberated out of the cavernous choir. To our right extended the great body of the church. It was spacious and lofty. Some of the side chapels had gilded grates, and were decorated with images and paintings, representing the sufferings of our Savior. Aloft was a great painting by Murillo, but too much in the dark to be distinguished. The gloom of the whole church was but faintly relieved by the reflected light from the choir, and the glimmering here and there of a votive lamp before the shrine of a saint. As my eye roamed about the shadowy pile, it was struck with the dimly seen figure of a man on horseback near a distant altar. I touched my companion, I pointed to it. "The spectre statue," said I. "No," replied he. "It is the statue of the blessed Santiago. The statue of the commander was in the cemetery of the convent, and was destroyed at the time of the conflagration. But," added he, "as I see you take a proper interest in these kinds of stories, come with me to the other end of the church, where whisperings will not disturb these holy fathers at their devotions, and I will tell you another story that has been current for some generations in our city, but which you will find that Don Juan is not the only libertine that has been the object of supernatural castigation in Seville." I accordingly followed him with noiseless tread to the farther part of the church, where we took our seats on the steps of an altar opposite to the suspicious-looking figure on horseback, and there, in a low, mysterious voice, he related to me the following narrative. There was once in Seville a gay young fellow, Don Manuel de Menara by name, who, having come to a great estate by the death of his father, gave the reins to his passions, and plunged into all kinds of dissipation. Like Don Juan, whom he seemed to have taken for a model, he became famous for his enterprises among the fair sex, and was the cause of doors being barred and windows grated with more than the usual strictness. All in vain. No balcony was too high for him to scale, no bolt nor bar was proof against his efforts, and his very name was a word of terror to all the jealous husbands and cautious fathers of Seville. His exploits extended to country as well as city, and in the village dependent on his castle, scarce was a rural beauty safe from his arts and enterprises. As he was one day ranging the streets of Seville with several of his dissolute companions, he beheld a procession about to enter the gate of a convent. In the center was a young female, arrayed in the dress of a bride. It was a novice, who, having accomplished her year of probation, was about to take the black veil and consecrate herself to heaven. The companions of Don Manuel drew back, out of respect to the sacred pageant, but he pressed forward with his usual impetuosity, to gain a near view of the novice. He almost jostled her in passing through the portal of the church when, on her turning round, he beheld the countenance of a beautiful village girl who had been the object of his ardent pursuit, but who had been spirited secretly out of his reach by her relatives. She recognized him at the same moment and fainted, but was borne within the grate of the chapel. It was supposed that the agitation of the ceremony and the heat of the throng had overcome her. After some time, the curtain which hung within the grate was drawn up. There stood the novice, pale and trembling, surrounded by the abbess and the nuns. The ceremony proceeded. The crown of flowers was taken from her head. She was shorn of her silken tresses, received the black veil, and went passively through the remainder of the ceremony. Don Manuel de Minara, on the contrary, was roused to fury at the sight of this sacrifice. His passion, which had almost faded away in the absence of the object, now glowed with tenfold ardor, being inflamed by the difficulties placed in his way, and piqued by the measures which had been taken to defeat him. Never had the object of his pursuit appeared so lovely and desirable as when within the grate of the convent, and he swore to have her, in defiance of heaven and earth. By dint of bribing a female servant of the convent, he contrived to convey letters to her, pleading his passion in the most eloquent and seductive terms. How successful they were is only matter of conjecture. Certain it is, he undertook one night to scale the garden wall of the convent, either to carry off the nun or gain admission to her cell. Just as he was mounting the wall, he was suddenly plucked back, and a stranger, muffled in a cloak, stood before him. "Rash man, forbear!" cried he. "Is it not enough to have violated all human ties? Wouldst thou steal a bride from heaven?" The sword of Don Manuel had been drawn on the instant, and furious at this interruption, he passed it through the body of the stranger, who fell dead at his feet. Hearing approaching footsteps, he fled the fatal spot, and mounting his horse, which was at hand, retreated to his estate in the country, at no great distance from Seville. Here he remained throughout the next day, full of horror and remorse, dreading lest he should be known as the murderer of the deceased, and fearing each moment the arrival of the officers of justice. The day had passed, however, without molestation, and as the evening advanced, unable any longer to endure the state of uncertainty and apprehension, he ventured back to Seville. Irresistibly, his footsteps took the direction of a convent, but he paused and hovered at a distance from the scene of blood. Several persons were gathered round the place, one of whom was busy nailing something against the convent wall. After a while they dispersed, and one passed near to Don Manuel. The latter addressed him with hesitating voice. "Signor," said he, "may I ask the reason of yonder throng?" "A cavalier," replied the other, "has been murdered." "Murdered!" echoed Don Manuel. "And can you tell me his name?" "Don Manuel de Minara," replied the stranger, and passed on. Don Manuel was startled at the mention of his own name, especially when applied to the murdered man. He ventured, when it was entirely deserted, to approach the fatal spot. A small cross had been nailed against the wall, as is customary in Spain to mark the place where a murder has been committed, and just below it he read, by the twinkling light of a lamp, "Here was murdered Don Manuel de Minara. Pray to God for his soul." Still more confounded and perplexed by this inscription, he wandered about the streets until the night was far advanced, and all was still and lonely. As he entered the principal square, the light of torches suddenly broke on him, and he beheld a grand funeral procession moving across it. There was a train of priests, and many persons of dignified appearance in ancient Spanish dresses, attending as mourners, none of whom he knew. Accosting a servant who followed in the train, he demanded the name of the defunct. "Don Manuel de Minara," was the reply, and it went cold to his heart. He looked, and indeed beheld the armorial bearings of his family emblazoned on the funeral escutcheons. Yet not one of his family was to be seen among the mourners. The mystery was more and more incomprehensible. He followed the procession as it moved on to the cathedral. The bier was deposited before the high altar. The funeral service was commenced, and the grand organ began to peal through the vaulted aisles. Again the youth ventured to question this awful pageant. "Father," said he, with trembling voice to one of the priests, "who is this you are about to inter?" "Don Manuel de Minara," replied the priest. "Father," cried Don Manuel impatiently, "you are deceived. This is some imposture. Know that Don Manuel de Minara is alive and well, and now stands before you. I am Don Manuel de Minara." "Avaunt, rash youth!" cried the priest. "Know that Don Manuel de Menara is dead, is dead, is dead, and we are all souls from his purgatory, his deceased relatives and ancestors, and others that have been aided by masses from his family who are permitted to come here and pray for the repose of his soul." Don Manuel cast round a fearful glance upon the assemblage in antiquated Spanish garbs, and recognized in their pale and ghastly countenances the portraits of many an ancestor that hung in his family picture gallery. He now lost all self-command, rushed up to the bier, and beheld the counterpart of himself, but in the fixed and livid lineaments of death. Just at that moment, the whole choir burst forth with a requiescat in pace that shook the vaults of the cathedral. Don Manuel sank senseless on the pavement. He was found there early the next morning by the sacristan and conveyed to his home. When sufficiently recovered, he sent for a friar, made a full confession of all that had happened. "My son," said the friar, "all this is a miracle and a mystery intended for thy conversion and salvation. The corpse thou hast seen was a token that thou hadst died to sin and the world. Take warning by it, and henceforth live to righteousness in heaven." Don Manuel did take warning by it. Guided by the counsels of the worthy friar, he disposed of all his temporal affairs, dedicated the greater part of his wealth to pious uses, especially to the performance of masses for souls in purgatory, and finally, entering a convent, became one of the most zealous and exemplary monks in Seville. While my companion was relating this story, my eyes wandered from time to time about the dusky church. Methought the burly countenances of the monks in the distant choir assumed a pallid, ghastly hue, and their deep metallic voices a sepulchral sound. By the time the story was ended, they had ended their chant, and, extinguishing their lights, glided one by one, like shadows, through a small door in the side of the choir. A deeper gloom prevailed over the church. The figure opposite me on horseback grew more and more spectral, and I almost expected to see it bow its head. "It is time to be off," said my companion, "unless we intend to sup with the statue." "I have no relish for such fare, nor such company," replied I, and following my companion we groped our way through the mouldering cloisters. As we passed by the ruined cemetery, keeping up a casual conversation by way of dispelling the loneliness of the scene, I called to mind the words of the poet. "The tombs and monumental caves of death look cold, and shoot a chillness to my trembling heart. Give me thy hand, let me hear thy voice. Nay, speak, and let me hear thy voice. Mine own affrights me with its echoes." There wanted nothing but the marble statue of the commander, striding along the echoing cloisters to complete the haunted scene. Since that time I never failed to attend the theatre whenever the story of Don Juan is represented, whether in pantomime or opera. In the sepulchral scene I feel myself quite at home, and when the statue makes his appearance, I greet him as an old acquaintance. When the audience applaud, I look round upon them with a degree of compassion. Poor souls, I say to myself. They think they are pleased, they think they enjoy this piece, and yet they consider the whole as a fiction. How much more would they enjoy it if, like me, they knew it to be true, and had seen the very place. End of section number 22.
Section 23 of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Legend of the Engulfed Convent. At the dark and melancholy period when Don Roderick the Goth and his chivalry were overthrown on the banks of the Guadalete, and all Spain was overrun by the Moors, great was the devastation of churches and convents throughout that pious kingdom. The miraculous fate of one of those holy piles is thus recorded in an authentic legend of those days. On the summit of a hill, not very distant from the capital city of Toledo, stood an ancient convent and chapel, dedicated to the invocation of Saint Benedict, and inhabited by a sisterhood of Benedictine nuns. This holy asylum was confined to females of noble lineage. The younger sisters of the highest families were here given in religious marriage to their Savior, in order that the portions of their elder sisters might be increased, and they enabled to make suitable matches on earth, or that the family wealth might go undivided to elder brothers, and the dignity of their ancient houses be protected from decay. The convent was renowned, therefore, for enshrining within its walls a sisterhood of the purest blood, the most immaculate virtue, and most resplendent beauty of all Gothic Spain. When the Moors overran the kingdom, there was nothing that more excited their hostility than these virgin asylums. The very sight of a convent spire was sufficient to set their Moslem blood in a foment, and they sacked it with as fierce a zeal as though the sacking of a nunnery were a sure passport to Elysium. Tidings of such outrages committed in various parts of the kingdom reached this noble sanctuary and filled it with dismay. The danger came nearer and nearer. The infidel hosts were spreading all over the country. Toledo itself was captured. There was no flying from the convent and no security within its walls. In the midst of this agitation, the alarm was given one day that a great band of Saracens were spurring across the plain. In an instant, the whole convent was a scene of confusion. Some of the nuns wrung their fair hands at the windows, others waved their veils and uttered shrieks from the tops of the towers, vainly hoping to draw relief from a country overrun by the foe. The sight of these innocent doves thus fluttering about their dovecote but increased the zealot fury of the whiskered Moors. They thundered at the portal, and at every blow the ponderous gates trembled on their hinges. The nuns now crowded round the abbess. They had been accustomed to look up to her as all-powerful, and they now implored her protection. The mother abbess looked with a rueful eye upon the treasures of beauty and vestal virtue exposed to such imminent peril. Alas, how was she to protect them from the spoiler? She had, it is true, experienced many signal interpositions of Providence in her individual favor. Her early days had been passed amid the temptations of a court, where her virtue had been purified by repeated trials, from none of which had she escaped but by miracle. But were miracles never to cease? Could she hope that the marvelous protection shown to herself would be extended to a whole sisterhood? There was no other resource. The Moors were at the threshold. A few moments more, and the convent would be at their mercy. Summoning her nuns to follow her, she hurried into the chapel, and throwing herself on her knees before the image of the Blessed Mary, "O Holy Lady," exclaimed she, "O most pure and immaculate of virgins, thou seest our extremity. The ravager is at the gate, and there is none on earth to help us. Look down with pity, and grant that the earth may gape and swallow us, rather than that our cloister vows should suffer violation." The Moors redoubled their assault upon the portal. The gates gave way with a tremendous crash. A savage yell of exultation arose, when of a sudden the earth yawned. Down sank the convent, with its cloisters, its dormitories, and all its nuns. The chapel tower was the last that sank, the bell ringing forth a peal of triumph in the very teeth of the infidels. 40 years had passed and gone since the period of this miracle. The subjugation of Spain was complete. The Moors lorded it over city and country, and such of the Christian population as remained and were permitted to exercise their religion did it in humble resignation to the Moslem sway. At this time a Christian cavalier of Cordova, hearing that a patriotic band of his countrymen had raised the standard of the cross in the mountains of Asturias, resolved to join them and unite in breaking the yoke of bondage. Secretly arming himself and caparisоning his steed, he set forth from Cordova and pursued his course by unfrequented mule paths and along the dry channels made by winter torrents. His spirit burned with indignation whenever, on commanding a view over a long sweeping plain, he beheld the mosque swelling in the distance, and the Arab horsemen careering about, as if the rightful lords of the soil. Many a deep-drawn sigh and heavy groan also did the good cavalier utter, on passing the ruins of churches and convents desolated by the conquerors. It was on a sultry midsummer evening that this wandering cavalier, and skirting a hill thickly covered with forest, heard the faint tones of a vesper bell sounding melodiously in the air and seeming to come from the summit of the hill. The cavalier crossed himself with wonder at this unwonted and Christian sound. He supposed it to proceed from one of those humble chapels and hermitages permitted to exist through the indulgence of the Moslem conquerors. Turning his steed up a narrow path of the forest, he sought this sanctuary, in hopes of finding a hospitable shelter for the night. As he advanced, the trees threw a deep gloom around him, and the bat flitted across his path. The bell ceased to toll, and all was silence. Presently a choir of female voices came stealing sweetly through the forest, chanting the evening service to the solemn accompaniment of an organ. The heart of the good cavalier melted at the sound, for it recalled the happier days of his country. Urging forward his wary steed, he at length arrived at a broad, grassy area on the summit of the hill, surrounded by the forest. Here the melodious voices rose in full chorus, like the swelling of the breeze, but whence they came he could not tell. Sometimes they were before, sometimes behind him, sometimes in the air, sometimes as if from within the bosom of the earth. At length they died away, and a holy stillness settled on the place. The cavalier gazed around with bewildered eye. There was neither chapel nor convent, nor humble hermitage to be seen. Nothing but a moss-grown stone pinnacle, rising out of the center of the area, surmounted by a cross. The green sward appeared to have been sacred from the tread of man or beast, and the surrounding trees bent toward the cross as if in adoration. The cavalier felt a sensation of holy awe. He alighted and tethered his steed on the skirts of the forest, where he might crop the tender herbage. Then approaching the cross, he knelt and poured forth his evening prayers before this relic of the Christian days of Spain. His orisons being concluded, he laid himself down at the foot of the pinnacle, and reclining his head against one of its stones, fell into a deep sleep. About midnight he was awakened by the tolling of a bell, and found himself lying before the gate of an ancient convent. A train of nuns passed by, each bearing a taper. He rose and followed them into the chapel. In the center was a bier, on which lay the corpse of an aged nun. The organ performed a solemn requiem, the nuns joining in chorus. When the funeral service was finished, a melodious voice chanted, "Requiescat in pace." May she rest in peace. The lights immediately vanished. The whole passed away as a dream, and the cavalier found himself at the foot of the cross, and beheld by the faint rays of the rising moon his steed quietly grazing near him. When the day dawned, he descended the hill, and following the course of a small brook, came to a cave, at the entrance of which was seated an ancient man in hermit's garb, with rosary and cross and a beard that descended to his girdle. He was one of those holy anchorites permitted by the Moors to live unmolested in the dens and caves and humble hermitages, and even to practice the rites of their religion. The cavalier, dismounting, knelt and craved a benediction. He then related all that had befallen him in the night, and besought the hermit to explain the mystery. "What thou hast heard and seen, my son," replied the other, "is but a type and shadow of the woes of Spain." He then related the foregoing story of the miraculous delivery of the convent. 40 years, added the holy man, have elapsed since this event, yet the bells of that sacred edifice are still heard, from time to time, sounding from underground, together with the pealing of the organ and the chanting of the choir. The Moors avoid this neighborhood as haunted ground, and the whole place, as thou mayest perceive, has become covered with a thick and lonely forest. The cavalier listened with wonder to the story. For 3 days and nights did he keep vigils with the holy man beside the cross, but nothing more was to be seen of nun or convent. It is supposed that 40 years having elapsed, the natural lives of all the nuns were finished, and the cavalier had beheld the obsequies of the last. Certain it is that from that time, bell and organ and choral chant have never more been heard. The mouldering pinnacle surmounted by the cross remains an object of pious pilgrimage. Some say that it anciently stood in front of the convent, but others that it was the spire which remained above ground, when the main body of the building sank, like the topmast of some tall ship that has foundered. These pious believers maintain that the convent is miraculously preserved, entire in the center of the mountain, where, if proper excavations were made, it would be found with all its treasures and monuments and shrines and relics and the tombs of its virgin nuns. Should anyone doubt the truth of this marvelous interposition of the Virgin to protect the vestal purity of her votaries, let him read the excellent work entitled España Triunfante, written by Fray Antonio de Sancta Maria, a barefoot friar of the Carmelite order, and he will doubt no longer. End of section 23. Legend of the Engulfed Convent. Section 24 of the Chronicles of Wolfert Roost. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost by Washington Irving. The Phantom Island. Break, fancy, from thy cave of cloud, and wave thy purple wings. Now all thy figures are allowed, and various shapes of things. Creative, airy forms a stream, it must have blood and naught of phlegm. And though it be a walking dream, yet let it, like an odor, rise to all the senses here, and fall like sleep upon their eyes, or music on their ear. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy, and among these may be placed that marvel and mystery of the seas, the island of St. Brandon. Those who have read the history of the Canaries, the fortunate islands of the ancients, may remember the wonders told of this enigmatical island. Occasionally it would be visible from their shores, stretching away in the clear, bright west, to all appearance substantial like themselves, and still more beautiful. Expeditions would launch forth from the Canaries to explore this land of promise. For a time, its sun-gilt peaks and long, shadowy promontories would remain distinctly visible, but in proportion as the voyagers approached, peak and promontory would gradually fade away until nothing would remain but blue sky above and deep blue water below. Hence this mysterious isle was stigmatized by ancient cosmographers with the name of Aprositis, or the Inaccessible. The failure of numerous expeditions sent in quest of it, both in ancient and modern days, have at length caused its very existence to be called in question, and it has been rashly pronounced a mere optical illusion, like the Fata Morgana of the Straits of Messina, or has been classed with those unsubstantial regions known to mariners as Cape Flyaway and the coast of Cloudland. Let us not permit, however, the doubts of worldly-wise skeptics to rob us of all the glorious realms owned by happy credulity in days of yore. Be assured, O reader of easy faith, thou for whom it is my delight to labor, be assured that such an island actually exists, and has from time to time been revealed to the gaze and trodden by the feet of favored mortals. Historians and philosophers may have their doubts, but its existence has been fully attested by that inspired race, the poets, who, being gifted with a kind of second sight, are enabled to discern those mysteries of nature hidden from the eyes of ordinary men. To this gifted race it has ever been a kind of wonderland. Here once bloomed, and perhaps still blooms, the famous garden of the Hesperides, with its golden fruit. Here, too, the sorceress Armida had her enchanted garden, in which she held the Christian paladin Rinaldo in delicious but inglorious thraldom, as set forth in the immortal Lay of Tasso. It was in this island that Sycorax the witch held sway, while the good Prospero and his infant daughter Miranda were wafted to its shores. Who does not know the tale as told in the magic page of Shakespeare? The island was then full of noises, sounds and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. The island, in fact, at different times, has been under the sway of different powers, genii of earth and air and ocean, who have made it their shadowy abode. Hither have retired many classic but broken-down deities, shorn of almost all their attributes, but who once ruled the poetic world. Here Neptune and Amphitrite hold a diminished court, sovereigns in exile. Their ocean chariot, almost a wreck, lies bottom upward in some sea-beaten cavern. The pursy Tritons and haggard Nereids bask listlessly like seals about the rocks. Sometimes those deities assume, it is said, a shadow of their ancient pomp, and glide in state about a summer sea. And then, as some tall Indiaman lies becalmed with idly flapping sail, her drowsy crew may hear the mellowed note of the Triton's shell swelling upon the ear as the invisible pageant sweeps by. On the shores of this wondrous isle, the kraken heaves its unwieldy bulk and wallows many a rood. Here the sea serpent, that mighty but much contested reptile, lies coiled up during the intervals of its revelations to the eyes of true believers. Here even the Flying Dutchman finds a port, and casts his anchor, and furls his shadowy sail, and takes a brief repose from his eternal cruisings. In the deep bays and harbors of the island lies many a spellbound ship, long since given up as lost by the ruined merchant. Here, too, its crew, long bewailed in vain, lie sleeping from age to age in mossy grottos, or wander about in pleasing oblivion of all things. Here in caverns are garnered up the priceless treasures lost in the ocean. Here sparkles in vain the diamond, and flames the carbuncle. Here are piled up rich bales of oriental silks, boxes of pearls, and piles of golden ingots. Such are some of the marvels related of this island, which may serve to throw light upon the following legend, of unquestionable truth, which I recommend to the implicit belief of the reader. The Adelantado of the Seven Cities, a legend of St. Brandon. In the early part of the 15th century, when Prince Henry of Portugal, of worthy memory, was pushing the career of discovery along the western coast of Africa, and the world was resounding with reports of golden regions on the mainland and newfound islands in the ocean, there arrived at Lisbon an old bewildered pilot of the seas, who had been driven by tempests, he knew not whither, and raved about an island far in the deep, upon which he had landed, and which he had found peopled with Christians, and adorned with noble cities. The inhabitants, he said, having never before been visited by a ship, gathered round and regarded him with surprise. They told him they were descendants of a band of Christians, who fled from Spain when that country was conquered by the Moslems. They were curious about the state of their fatherland, and grieved to hear that the Moslems still held possession of the kingdom of Granada. They would have taken the old navigator to church to convince him of their orthodoxy, but either through lack of devotion or lack of faith in their words, he declined their invitation, and preferred to return on board of his ship. He was properly punished. A furious storm arose, drove him from his anchorage, hurried him out to sea, and he saw no more of the unknown island. This strange story caused great marvel in Lisbon and elsewhere. Those versed in history remembered to have read in an ancient chronicle that, at the time of the conquest of Spain in the 8th century, when the Blessed Cross was east down and the crescent erected in its place, and when Christian churches were turned into Moslem mosques, 7 bishops, at the head of 7 bands of pious exiles, had fled from the peninsula, and embarked in quest of some ocean island or distant land, where they might found 7 Christian cities and enjoy their faith unmolested. The fate of these saints errant had hitherto remained a mystery, and their story had faded from memory. The report of the old tempest-tossed pilot, however, revived this long-forgotten theme, and it was determined by the pious and enthusiastic that the island thus accidentally discovered was the identical place of refuge whither the wandering bishops had been guided by a protecting providence, and where they had folded their flocks. This most excitable of worlds has always some darling object of chimerical enterprise. The island of the 7 cities now awakened as much interest and longing among zealous Christians as has the renowned city of Timbuktu among adventurous travelers, or the Northeast Passage among hardy navigators. And it was a frequent prayer of the devout that these scattered and lost portions of the Christian family might be discovered and reunited to the great body of Christendom. No one, however, entered into the matter with half the zeal of Don Fernando de Olmo, a young cavalier of high standing in the Portuguese court, and of most sanguine and romantic temperament. He had recently come to his estate, and had run the round of all kinds of pleasures and excitements, when this new theme of popular talk and wonder presented itself. The island of the 7 cities became now the constant subject of his thoughts by day, and his dreams by night. It even rivaled his passion for a beautiful girl, one of the greatest belles of Lisbon, to whom he was betrothed. At length his imagination became so inflamed on the subject that he determined to fit out an expedition at his own expense, and set sail in quest of this sainted island. It could not be a cruise of any great extent, for According to the calculations of the tempest-tossed pilot, it must be somewhere in the latitude of the Canaries, which at that time, when the New World was as yet undiscovered, formed the frontier of ocean enterprise. Don Fernando applied to the crown for countenance and protection. As he was a favorite at court, the usual patronage was readily extended to him. That is to say, he received a commission from the king, Don Iom II, constituting him adelantado, or military governor, of any country he might discover, with the single proviso that he should bear all the expenses of the discovery and pay 1/10 of the profits to the crown. Don Fernando now set to work in the true spirit of a projector. He sold acre after acre of solid land, and invested the proceeds in ships, guns, ammunition, and sea stores. Even his old family mansion in Lisbon was mortgaged without scruple, for he looked forward to a palace in one of the 7 cities of which he was to be adelantado. This was the age of nautical romance, when the thoughts of all speculative dreamers were turned to the ocean. The scheme of Don Fernando, therefore, drew adventurers of every kind. The merchant promised himself new marts of opulent traffic. The soldier hoped to sack and plunder some one or other of those 7 cities. Even the fat monk shook off the sleep and sloth of the cloister, to join in a crusade which promised such increase to the possessions of the church. One person alone regarded the whole project with sovereign contempt and growling hostility. This was Don Ramiro Alvarez, the father of the beautiful Serafina, to whom Don Fernando was betrothed. He was one of those perverse, matter-of-fact old men who are prone to oppose everything speculative and romantic. He had no faith in the island of the 7 cities, regarded the projected cruise as a crack-brained freak, looked with angry eye and internal heart-burning on the conduct of his intended son-in-law, chaffering away solid lands for lands in the moon, and scoffingly dubbed him adelantado of Cloudland. In fact, he had never really relished the intended match, to which his consent had been slowly extorted by the tears and entreaties of his daughter. It is true he could have no reasonable objections to the youth, for Don Fernando was the very flower of Portuguese chivalry. No one could excel him at the tilting match, or the riding at the ring. None was more bold and dexterous in the bullfight. None composed more gallant madrigals in praise of his lady's charms, or sang them with sweeter tones to the accompaniment of her guitar. Nor could anyone handle the castanets and dance the bolero with more captivating grace. All these admirable qualities and endowments, however, though they had been sufficient to win the heart of Serafina, were nothing in the eyes of her unreasonable father. O Cupid, god of love, why will fathers always be so unreasonable? The engagement to Serafina had threatened at first to throw an obstacle in the way of the expedition of Don Fernando, and for a time perplexed him in the extreme. He was passionately attached to the young lady, but he was also passionately bent on this romantic enterprise. How should he reconcile the 2 passionate inclinations? A simple and obvious arrangement at length presented itself. Marry Serafina, enjoy a portion of the honeymoon at once, and defer the rest until his return from the discovery of the 7 cities. He hastened to make known this most excellent arrangement to Don Ramiro, when the long-smothered wrath of the old cavalier burst forth. He reproached him with being the dupe of wandering vagabonds and wild schemers, and with squandering all his real possessions in pursuit of empty bubbles. Don Fernando was too sanguine a projector, and too young a man, to listen tamely to such language. He acted with what is technically called becoming spirit. A high quarrel ensued. Don Ramiro pronounced him a madman, and forbade all farther intercourse with his daughter until he should give proof of returning sanity by abandoning this madcap enterprise, while Don Fernando flung out of the house, more bent than ever on the expedition from the idea of triumphing over the incredulity of the graybeard when he should return successful. Don Ramiro's heart misgave him. Who knows, thought he, but this crack-brained visionary may persuade my daughter to elope with him, and share his throne in this unknown paradise of fools, if I could only keep her safe until his ships are fairly out at sea. He repaired to her apartment, represented to her the sanguine, unsteady character of her lover and the chimerical value of his schemes, and urged the propriety of suspending all intercourse with him until he should recover from his present hallucination. She bowed her head as if in filial acquiescence, whereupon he folded her to his bosom with parental fondness and kissed away a tear that was stealing over her cheek. But as he left the chamber, quietly turned the key on the lock. For though he was a fond father, and had a high opinion of the submissive temper of his child, he had a still higher opinion of the conservative virtues of lock and key, and determined to trust to them until the caravels should sail. Whether the damsel had been any wise shaken in her faith as to the schemes of her lover by her father's eloquence, tradition does not say, but certain it is that the moment she heard the key turn in the lock, she became a firm believer in the island of the 7 cities. The door was locked, but her will was unconfined. A window of the chamber opened into one of those stone balconies secured by iron bars which projected like huge cages from Portuguese and Spanish houses. Within this balcony the beautiful Seraphina had her birds and flowers, and here she was accustomed to sit on moonlight nights as in a bower and touch her guitar and sing like a wakeful nightingale. From this balcony an intercourse was now maintained between the lovers, against which the lock and key of Don Ramiro were of no avail. All day would Fernando be occupied hurrying the equipments of his ships, but evening found him in sweet discourse beneath his lady's window. At length the preparations were completed. 2 gallant caravels lay at anchor in the Tagus ready to sail at sunrise. Late at night, by the pale light of a waning moon, the lover had his last interview. The beautiful Seraphina was sad at heart, and full of dark forebodings. Her lover full of hope and confidence. "A few short months," said he, "and I shall return in triumph. Thy father will then blush at his incredulity, and hasten to welcome to his house the adelantado of the 7 cities." The gentle lady shook her head. It was not on this point she felt distrust. She was a thorough believer in the island of the 7 cities, and so sure of the success of the enterprise that she might have been tempted to join it had not the balcony been high and the grating strong. Other considerations induced that dubious shaking of the head. She had heard of the inconstancy of the seas, and the inconstancy of those who roamed them. Might not Fernando meet with other loves in foreign ports? Might not some peerless beauty in one or other of those 7 cities efface the image of Seraphina from his mind? Now, let the truth be spoken, the beautiful Seraphina had reason for her disquiet. If Don Fernando had any fault in the world, it was that of being rather inflammable and apt to take fire from every sparkling eye. He had been somewhat of a rover among the sex on shore. What might he be on sea? She ventured to express her doubt, but he spurned at the very idea. What? He false to Seraphina? He bow at the shrine of another beauty? Never, never! Repeatedly did he bend his knee and smite his breast, and call upon the silver moon to witness his sincerity and truth. He retorted the doubt. Might not Seraphina herself forget her plighted faith? Might not some wealthier rival present himself while he was tossing on the sea, and backed by her father's wishes, win the treasure of her hand? The beautiful Seraphina raised her white arms between the iron bars of the balcony, and, like her lover, invoked the moon to testify her vows. Alas, how little did Fernando know her heart! The more her father should oppose, the more would she be fixed in faith. Though years should intervene, Fernando on his return would find her true. Even should the salt sea swallow him up, and her eyes shed salt tears at the very thought, never would she be the wife of another. Never, never, never! She drew from her finger a ring gemmed with a ruby heart, and dropped it from the balcony, a parting pledge of constancy. Thus the lovers parted with many a tender word and plighted vow. But will they keep those vows? Perish the doubt. Have they not called the constant moon to witness? With the morning dawn, the caravels dropped down the Tagus and put to sea. They steered for the Canaries, in those days the regions of nautical discovery and romance, and the outposts of the known world. For as yet Columbus had not steered his daring barks across the ocean. Scarce had they reached those latitudes when they were separated by a violent tempest. For many days was the caravel of Don Fernando driven about at the mercy of the elements. All seamanship was baffled, destruction seemed inevitable, and the crew were in despair. All at once the storm subsided, the ocean sank into a calm. The clouds which had veiled the face of heaven were suddenly withdrawn, and the tempest-tossed mariners beheld a fair and mountainous island, emerging as if by enchantment from the murky gloom. They rubbed their eyes and gazed for a time almost incredulously. Yet there lay the island, spread out in lovely landscapes with the late stormy sea laving its shores with peaceful billows. The pilot of the caravel consulted his maps and charts. No island like the one before him was laid down as existing in those parts. It is true, he had lost his reckoning in the late storm, but according to his calculations, he could not be far from the Canaries. And this was not one of that group of islands. The caravel now lay perfectly becalmed off the mouth of a river, on the banks of which, about a league from the sea, was descried a noble city, with lofty walls and towers, and a protecting castle. After a time, a stately barge with 16 oars was seen emerging from the river and approaching the caravel. It was quaintly carved and gilt. The oarsmen were clad in antique garb, their oars painted of a bright crimson, and they came slowly and solemnly, keeping time as they rowed to the cadence of an old Spanish ditty. Under a silken canopy in the stern sat a cavalier richly clad, and over his head was a banner bearing the sacred emblem of the cross. When the barge reached the caravel, the cavalier stepped on board. He was tall and gaunt, with a long Spanish visage, mustaches that curled up to his eyes, and a forked beard. He wore gauntlets reaching to his elbows, a Toledo blade strutting out behind with a basket hilt in which he carried his handkerchief. His air was lofty and precise, and bespoke indisputably the hidalgo. Thrusting out a long spindle leg, he took off a huge sombrero, and swaying it until the feathers swept the ground, accosted Don Fernando in the old Castilian language, and with the old Castilian courtesy, welcoming him to the island of the 7 cities. Don Fernando was overwhelmed with astonishment. Could this be true? Had he really been tempest-driven to the very land of which he was in quest? It was even so. That very day the inhabitants were holding high festival in commemoration of the escape of their ancestors from the Moors. The arrival of the caravel at such a juncture was considered a good omen, the accomplishment of an ancient prophecy through which the island was to be restored to the great community of Christendom. The cavalier before him was Grand Chamberlain, sent by the alcalde to invite him to the festivities of the capital. Don Fernando could scarcely believe that this was not all a dream. He made known his name and the object of his voyage. The Grand Chamberlain declared that all was in perfect accordance with the ancient prophecy, and that the moment his credentials were presented, he would be acknowledged as the adelantado of the 7 cities. In the meantime, the day was waning. The barge was ready to convey him to the land, and would as assuredly bring him back. Don Fernando's pilot, a veteran of the seas, drew him aside and expostulated against his venturing, on the mere word of a stranger, to land in a strange barge on an unknown shore. "Who knows, senor, what land this is, or what people inhabit it?" Don Fernando was not to be dissuaded. Had he not believed in this island when all the world doubted? Had he not sought it in defiance of storm and tempest, and was he now to shrink from its shores when they lay before him in calm weather? In a word, was not faith the very cornerstone of his enterprise? Having arrayed himself, therefore, in gala dress befitting the occasion, he took his seat in the barge. The Grand Chamberlain seated himself opposite. The rowers plied their oars and renewed the mournful old ditty, and the gorgeous but unwieldy barge moved slowly through the water. The night closed in before they entered the river and swept along past rock and promontory, each guarded by its tower. At every post they were challenged by the sentinel. "Who goes there?" "The adelantado of the 7 cities." "Welcome, Senor Adelantado. Pass on." Entering the harbor, they rowed close by an armed galley of ancient form. Soldiers with crossbows patrolled the deck. "Who goes there?" "The adelantado of the 7 cities." "Welcome, Senor Adelantado. Pass on." They landed at a broad flight of stone steps leading up between 2 massive towers, and knocked at the water gate. A sentinel in an ancient steel casque looked from the barbican. "Who is there?" "The adelantado of the 7 cities." "Welcome, Senor Adelantado." The gate swung open, grating upon rusty hinges. they entered between two rows of warriors in Gothic armor with crossbows, maces, battle-axes, and faces old-fashioned as their armor. There were processions through the streets in commemoration of the landing of the 7 bishops and their followers, and bonfires, at which effigies of lossel Moors expiated their invasion of Christendom by a kind of auto da fe. The groups round the fires, uncouth in their attire, looked like the fantastic figures that roamed the streets in carnival time. Even the dames who gazed down from Gothic balconies hung with antique tapestry resembled effigies dressed up in Christmas mummeries. Everything, in short, bore the stamp of former ages, as if the world had suddenly rolled back for several centuries. Nor was this to be wondered at. Had not the island of the 7 cities been cut off from the rest of the world for several hundred years? And were not these the modes and customs of Gothic Spain before it was conquered by the Moors? Arrived at the palace of the Alcalde, the Grand Chamberlain knocked at the portal. The porter looked through a wicket and demanded who was there. The Adelantado of the 7 cities. The portal was thrown wide open. The Grand Chamberlain led the way up a vast, heavily molded marble staircase and into a hall of ceremony, where was the Alcalde with several of the principal dignitaries of the city, who had a marvelous resemblance in form and feature to the quaint figures in old illuminated manuscripts. The Grand Chamberlain stepped forward and announced the name and title of the stranger guest, and the extraordinary nature of his mission. The announcement appeared to create no extraordinary emotion or surprise, but to be received as the anticipated fulfillment of a prophecy. The reception of Don Fernando, however, was profoundly gracious, though in the same style of stately courtesy which everywhere prevailed. He would have produced his credentials, but this was courteously declined. The evening was devoted to high festivity. The following day, when he should enter the port with his caravel, would be devoted to business, when the credentials would be received in due form, and he inducted into office as Adelantado of the 7 cities. Don Fernando was now conducted through one of those interminable suites of apartments, the pride of Spanish palaces, all furnished in a style of obsolete magnificence. In a vast saloon, blazing with tapers, was assembled all the aristocracy and fashion of the city. Stately dames and cavaliers, the very counterpart of the figures in the tapestry which decorated the walls. Fernando gazed in silent marvel. It was a reflex of the proud aristocracy of Spain in the time of Roderick the Goth. The festivities of the evening were all in the style of solemn and antiquated ceremonial. There was a dance, but it was as if the old tapestry were put in motion, and all the figures moving in stately measure about the floor. There was one exception, and one that told powerfully upon the susceptible Adelantado, the Alcalde's daughter. Such a ripe, melting beauty. Her dress, it is true, like the dresses of her neighbors, might have been worn before the flood. But she had the black Andalusian eye, a glance of which, through its long dark lashes, is irresistible. Her voice, too, her manner, her undulating movements, all smacked of Andalusia, and showed how female charms may be transmitted from age to age and clime to clime, without ever going out of fashion. Those who know the witchery of the sex in that amorous part of amorous old Spain may judge of the fascination to which Don Fernando was exposed as he joined in the dance with one of its most captivating descendants. He sat beside her at the banquet, such an old-world feast, such obsolete dainties. At the head of the table the peacock, that bird of state and ceremony, was served up in full plumage on a golden dish. As Don Fernando cast his eyes down the glittering board, what a vista presented itself of odd heads and headdresses, of formal bearded dignitaries and stately dames, with castellated locks and towering plumes. Is it to be wondered at that he should turn with delight from these antiquated figures to the Alcalde's daughter? All smiles and dimples and melting looks and melting accents. Besides, for I wish to give him every excuse in my power, he was in a particularly excitable mood from the novelty of the scene before him. From this realization of all his hopes and fancies, and from frequent draughts of the wine-cup presented to him at every moment by officious pages during the banquet. In a word, there is no concealing the matter. Before the evening was over, Don Fernando was making love outright to the Alcalde's daughter. They had wandered together to a moonlit balcony of the palace, and he was charming her ear with one of those love ditties with which, in a like balcony, he had serenaded the beautiful Seraphina. The damsel hung her head coyly. "Ah, signor, these are flattering words, but you cavaliers who roam the seas are unsteady as its waves. Tomorrow you will be throned in state, adelantado of the 7 cities, and will think no more of the alcade's daughter." Don Fernando, in the intoxication of the moment, called the moon to witness his sincerity. As he raised his hand in adjuration, the chaste moon cast a ray upon the ring that sparkled on his finger. It caught the damsel's eye. "Signor Adelantado," said she archly, "I have no great faith in the moon, but give me that ring upon your finger in pledge of the truth of what you profess." The gallant Adelantado was taken by surprise. There was no parrying this sudden appeal. Before he had time to reflect, the ring of the beautiful Seraphina glittered on the finger of the alcade's daughter. At this eventful moment, the chamberlain approached with lofty demeanor, and announced that the barge was waiting to bear him back to the caravel. I forbear to relate the ceremonious partings with the alcade and his dignitaries, and the tender farewell of the alcade's daughter. He took his seat in the barge opposite the Grand Chamberlain. The rowers plied their crimson oars in the same slow and stately manner to the cadence of the same mournful old ditty. His brain was in a whirl with all that he had seen, and his heart now and then gave him a twinge as he thought of his temporary infidelity to the beautiful Seraphina. The barge sallied out into the sea, but no caravel was to be seen. Doubtless she had been carried to a distance by the current of the river. The oarsmen rowed on. Their monotonous chant had a lulling effect. A drowsy influence crept over Don Fernando. Objects swam before his eyes. The oarsmen assumed odd shapes as in a dream. The Grand Chamberlain grew larger and larger, and taller and taller. He took off his huge sombrero and held it over the head of Don Fernando, like an extinguisher over a candle. The latter cowered beneath it. He felt himself sinking in the socket. "Good night, Signor Adelantado of the 7 cities," said the Grand Chamberlain. The sombrero slowly descended. Don Fernando was extinguished. How long he remained extinct, no mortal man can tell. When he returned to consciousness, he found himself in a strange cabin, surrounded by strangers. He rubbed his eyes and looked round him wildly. Where was he? On board a Portuguese ship bound to Lisbon. How came he there? He had been taken senseless from a wreck drifting about the ocean. Don Fernando was more and more confounded and perplexed. He recalled one by one everything that had happened to him in the Isle of the 7 Cities, until he had been extinguished by the sombrero of the Grand Chamberlain. But what had happened to him since? What had become of his caravel? Was it the wreck of her on which he had been found floating? The people about him could give no information on the subject. He entreated them to take him to the island of the 7 cities, which could not be far off, told them all that had befallen him there, that he had but to land to be received as adelantado, when he would reward them magnificently for their services. They regarded his words as the ravings of delirium, and in their honest solicitude for the restoration of his reason, administered such rough remedies that he was fain to drop the subject and observe a cautious taciturnity. At length they arrived in the Tagus, and anchored before the famous city of Lisbon. Don Fernando sprang joyfully on shore and hastened to his ancestral mansion. A strange porter opened the door who knew nothing of him or his family. No people of the name had inhabited the house for many a year. He sought the mansion of Don Ramiro. He approached the balcony beneath which he had bidden farewell to Seraphina. Did his eyes deceive him? No, there was Seraphina herself, among the flowers in the balcony. He raised his arms toward her with an exclamation of rapture. She cast upon him a look of indignation, and hastily retiring, closed the casement with a slam that testified her displeasure. Could she have heard of his flirtation with the alcade's daughter? But that was mere transient gallantry. A moment's interview would dispel every doubt of his constancy. He rang at the door. As it was opened by the porter, he rushed upstairs, sought the well-known chamber, and threw himself at the feet of Seraphina. She started back with affright, and took refuge in the arms of a youthful cavalier. "What mean you, signor?" cried the latter, "by this intrusion?" "What right have you to ask the question?" demanded Don Fernando fiercely. The right of an affianced suitor? Don Fernando started and turned pale. "Oh, Serafina, Serafina!" cried he, in a tone of agony. "Is this thy plighted constancy?" "Serafina? What mean you by Serafina, signor? If this be the lady you intend, her name is Maria." "May I not believe my senses? May I not believe my heart?" cried Don Fernando. "Is not this Serafina Alvarez, the original of yon portrait, which, less fickle than herself, still smiles on me from the wall?" "Holy Virgin!" cried the young lady, casting her eyes upon the portrait. "He is talking of my great-grandmother." An explanation ensued, if that could be called an explanation, which plunged the unfortunate Fernando into tenfold perplexity. If he might believe his eyes, he saw before him his beloved Serafina. If he might believe his ears, it was merely her hereditary form and features, perpetuated in the person of her great-granddaughter. His brain began to spin. He sought the office of the Minister of Marine, and made a report of his expedition, and of the island of the 7 cities, which he had so fortunately discovered. Nobody knew anything of such an expedition or such an island. He declared that he had undertaken the enterprise under a formal contract with the Crown, and had received a regular commission constituting him adelantado. This must be matter of record, and he insisted loudly that the books of the department should be consulted. The wordy strife at length attracted the attention of an old gray-headed clerk, who sat perched on a high stool at a high desk, with iron-rimmed spectacles on the top of a thin, pinched nose, copying records into an enormous folio. He had wintered and summered in the department for a great part of a century, until he had almost grown to be a piece of the desk at which he sat. His memory was a mere index of official facts and documents, and his brain was little better than red tape and parchment. After peering down for a time from his lofty perch, and ascertaining the matter in controversy, he put his pen behind his ear and descended. He remembered to have heard something from his predecessor about an expedition of the kind in question, but then it had sailed during the reign of Don Iom II, and he had been dead at least 100 years. To put the matter beyond dispute, however, the archives of the Torre do Tombo, that sepulchre of old Portuguese documents, were diligently searched, and a record was found of a contract between the Crown and one Fernando de Olmo for the discovery of the island of the 7 cities, and of a commission secured to him as adelantado of the country he might discover. "There!" cried Don Fernando triumphantly. "There, you have proof before your own eyes of what I have said. I am the Fernando de Olmo specified in that record. I have discovered the island of the 7 cities, and am entitled to be adelantado according to contract." The story of Don Fernando had certainly what is pronounced the best of historical foundation, documentary evidence. But when a man, in the bloom of youth, talked of events that had taken place above a century previously, as having happened to himself, it is no wonder that he was set down for a madman. The old clerk looked at him from above and below his spectacles, shrugged his shoulders, stroked his chin, reascended his lofty stool, took the pen from behind his ears, and resumed his daily and eternal task, copying records into the 50th volume of a series of gigantic folios. The other clerks winked at each other shrewdly, and dispersed to their several places, and poor Don Fernando, thus left to himself, flung out of the office, almost driven wild by these repeated perplexities. In the confusion of his mind, he instinctively repaired to the mansion of Alvarez, but it was barred against him. To break the delusion under which the youth apparently labored, and to convince him that the Serafina about whom he raved was really dead, he was conducted to her tomb. There she lay, a stately matron, cut out in alabaster, and there lay her husband beside her, a portly cavalier in armor. And there knelt, on each side, the effigies of a numerous progeny, proving that she had been a fruitful vine. Even the very monument gave evidence of the lapse of time. The hands of her husband, folded as if in prayer, had lost their fingers, and the face of the once lovely Serafina was without a nose. Don Fernando felt a transient glow of indignation at beholding this monumental proof of the inconstancy of his mistress. But who could expect a mistress to remain constant during a whole century of absence? And what right had he to rail about constancy after what had passed between himself and the alcade's daughter? The unfortunate cavalier performed one pious act of tender devotion. He had the alabaster nose of Serafina restored by a skillful statuary, and then tore himself from the tomb. He could now no longer doubt the fact that somehow or other he had skipped over a whole century during the night he had spent at the island of the 7 cities, and he was now as complete a stranger in his native city as if he had never been there. 1,000 times did he wish himself back to that wonderful island, with its antiquated banquet halls, where he had been so courteously received, and now that the once young and beautiful Seraphina was nothing but a great-grandmother in marble, with generations of descendants, 1,000 times would he recall the melting black eyes of the alcade's daughter, who doubtless, like himself, was still flourishing in fresh juvenility, and breathe a secret wish that he was seated by her side. He would at once have set on foot another expedition, at his own expense, to cruise in search of the sainted island, but his means were exhausted. He endeavored to rouse others to the enterprise, setting forth the certainty of profitable results of which his own experience furnished such unquestionable proof. Alas, no one would give faith to his tale, but looked upon it as the feverish dream of a shipwrecked man. He persisted in his efforts, holding forth in all places and all companies until he became an object of jest and jeer to the light-minded, who mistook his earnest enthusiasm for a proof of insanity. And the very children in the streets bantered him with the title of the Adelantado of the 7 cities. Finding all efforts in vain, in his native city of Lisbon, he took shipping for the Canaries as being nearer the latitude of his former cruise, and inhabited by people given to nautical adventure. Here he found ready listeners to his story, for the old pilots and mariners of those parts were notorious island hunters, and devout believers in all the wonders of the seas. Indeed, one and all treated his adventure as a common occurrence, and turning to each other, with a sagacious nod of the head, observed, "He has been at the island of St. Brandon." They then went on to inform him of that great marvel and enigma of the ocean, of its repeated appearance to the inhabitants of their islands, and of the many but ineffectual expeditions that had been made in search of it. They took him to a promontory of the island of Palma, whence the shadowy St. Brandon had oftenest been descried, and they pointed out the very tract in the west where its mountains had been seen. Don Fernando listened with rapt attention. He had no longer a doubt that this mysterious and fugacious island must be the same with that of the 7 cities, and that some supernatural influence connected with it had operated upon himself, and made the events of a night occupy the space of a century. He endeavored, but in vain, to rouse the islanders to another attempt at discovery. They had given up the Phantom Island, as indeed inaccessible. Fernando, however, was not to be discouraged. The idea wore itself deeper and deeper in his mind until it became the engrossing subject of his thoughts and object of his being. Every morning he would repair to the promontory of Palma and sit there throughout the livelong day, in hopes of seeing the fairy mountains of St. Brandon peering above the horizon. Every evening he returned to his home, a disappointed man, but ready to resume his post on the following morning. His assiduity was all in vain. He grew gray in his ineffectual attempt, and was at length found dead at his post. His grave is still shown in the island of Palma, and a cross is erected on the spot where he used to sit and look out upon the sea, in hopes of the reappearance of the Phantom Island. Note: for various particulars concerning the island of St. Brandon and the island of the 7 cities, those ancient problems of the ocean, the curious reader is referred to the article under those heads in the appendix to The Life of Columbus. End of section 24. The Phantom Island.
Section 25 of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving. Recollections of the Alhambra. I have already given to the world some anecdotes of a summer's residence in the old Moorish palace of the Alhambra. It was a dreamy sojourn, during which I lived, as it were, in the midst of an Arabian tale, and shut my eyes as much as possible to everything that should call me back to everyday life. If there is any country in Europe where one can do so, it is among these magnificent but semi-barbaric ruins of poor, wild, legendary, romantic Spain. In the silent and deserted halls of the Alhambra, surrounded with the insignia of regal sway and the vivid, though dilapidated, traces of Oriental luxury, I was in the stronghold of Moorish story, where everything spoke of the palmy days of Granada when under the dominion of the Crescent. Much of the literature of Spain turns upon the wars of the Moors and Christians, and consists of traditional ballads and tales or romances about the buenas andanzas and grandes hechos, the lucky adventures and great exploits of the warriors of yore. It is worthy of remark that many of these lays which sing of prowess and magnanimity in war, and tenderness and fidelity in love, relate as well to Moorish as to Spanish cavaliers. The lapse of peaceful centuries has extinguished the rancor of ancient hostility, and the warriors of Granada, once the objects of bigot detestation, are now often held up by Spanish poets as mirrors of chivalric virtue. None have been the theme of higher eulogy than the illustrious line of the Abencerrage, who, in the proud days of Moslem domination, were the soul of everything noble and chivalric. The veterans of the family sat in the royal council, and were foremost in devising heroic enterprises to carry dismay into the Christian territories. And what the veterans devised, the young men of the name were foremost to execute. In all adventures, enterprises, and hair-breadth hazards, the Abencerrage were sure to win the brightest laurels. In the tilt and tourney, in the riding at the ring, the daring bullfight, and all other recreations which bore an affinity to war, the Abencerrage carried off the palm. None equaled them for splendor of array, for noble bearing, and glorious horsemanship. Their open-handed munificence made them the idols of the people. Their magnanimity and perfect faith gained the admiration of the high-minded. Never did they decry the merits of a rival, nor betray the confidings of a friend, and the word of an Abencerrage was a guarantee never to be doubted. And then their devotion to the fair. Never did Moorish beauty consider the fame of her charms established, until she had an Abencerrage for a lover. And never did an Abencerrage prove recreant to his vows. Lovely Granada, city of delights, who ever bore the favors of thy dames more proudly on their casques, or championed them more gallantly in the chivalrous tilts of the Viva Rambla? Or who ever made thy moonlit balconies, thy gardens of myrtles and roses, of oranges, citrons, and pomegranates, respond to more tender serenades? Such were the fancies I used to conjure up as I sat in the beautiful hall of the Abencerrage, celebrated in the tragic story of that devoted race, where 36 of its bravest cavaliers were treacherously sacrificed to appease the jealous fears of a tyrant. The fountain which once ran red with their blood throws up a sparkling jet and spreads a dewy freshness through the hall. But a deep stain on the marble pavement is still pointed out as a sanguinary record of the massacre. The truth of the record has been called in question, but I regarded it with the same determined faith with which I contemplated the stains of Rizzio's blood on the floor of the palace of Holyrood. I thank no one for enlightening my credulity on points of poetical belief. It is like robbing the statue of Memnon of its mysterious music. Dispel historical illusions, and there is an end to half the charms of traveling. The hall of the Abencerrage is connected, moreover, with the recollection of one of the sweetest evenings and sweetest scenes I ever enjoyed in Spain. It was a beautiful summer evening, when the moon shone down into the Court of Lions, lighting up its sparkling fountain. I was seated with a few companions in the hall in question, listening to those traditional ballads and romances in which the Spaniards delight. They were sung to the accompaniment of the guitar by one of the most gifted and fascinating beings that I ever met with, even among the fascinating daughters of Spain. She was young and beautiful, and light and ethereal, full of fire and spirit and pure enthusiasm. She wore the fanciful Andalusian dress, touched the guitar with speaking eloquence, improvised with wonderful facility, and, as she became excited by her theme, or by the rapt attention of her auditors, would pour forth, in the richest and most melodious strains, a succession of couplets, full of striking description or stirring narrative, and composed, as I was assured, at the moment. Most of these were suggested by the place, and related to the ancient glories of Granada and the prowess of her chivalry. The Abencerrage were her favorite heroes. She felt a woman's admiration of their gallant courtesy and high-souled honor. And it was touching and inspiring to hear the praises of that generous but devoted race, chanted in this faded hall of their calamity, by the lips of Spanish beauty. Among the subjects of which she treated was a tale of Muslim honor and old-fashioned courtesy, which made a strong impression on me. She disclaimed all merit of invention, however, and said she had merely dilated into verse a popular tradition. And, indeed, I have since found the main facts inserted at the end of Condé's History of the Domination of the Arabs, and the story itself embodied in the form of an episode in the Diana of Montemayor. From these sources I have drawn it forth, and endeavored to shape it according to my recollection of the version of the beautiful minstrel. But alas, what can supply the want of that voice, that look, that form, that action, which gave magical effect to her chant, and held everyone wrapped in breathless admiration? Should this mere travesty of her inspired numbers ever meet her eye, in her stately abode at Granada, may it meet with that indulgence which belongs to her benignant nature. Happy should I be if it could awaken in her bosom one kind recollection of the stranger, for whose gratification she did not think it beneath her to exert those fascinating powers in the moonlit halls of the Alhambra. The Abencerrage. On the summit of a craggy hill, a spur of the mountains of Ronda, stands the castle of Alhambra, now a mere ruin, infested by bats and owlets, but in old times a strong border-hold which kept watch upon the warlike kingdom of Granada and held the Moors in check. It was a post always confided to some well-tried commander, and at the time of which we treat was held by Rodrigo de Narvaez, alcaide or military governor of Antequera. It was a frontier post of his command, but he passed most of his time there, because its situation on the borders gave frequent opportunity for those adventurous exploits in which the Spanish chivalry delighted. He was a veteran, famed among both Moors and Christians, not only for deeds of arms, but for that magnanimous courtesy which should ever be entwined with the stern virtues of the soldier. His garrison consisted of 50 chosen men, well appointed and well mounted, with which he maintained such vigilant watch that nothing could escape his eye. While some remained on guard in the castle, he would sally forth with others, prowling about the highways, the paths and defiles of the mountains by day and night, and now and then making a daring foray into the very Vega of Granada. On a fair and beautiful night in summer, when the moon was in the full, and the freshness of the evening breeze had tempered the heat of day, the alcaide, with 9 of his cavaliers, was going the rounds of the mountains in quest of adventures. They rode silently and cautiously, for it was a night to tempt others abroad, and they might be overheard by Moorish scout or traveler. They kept along ravines and hollow ways, moreover, lest they should be betrayed by the glittering of the moon upon their armor. Coming to a fork in the road, the alcaide ordered 5 of his cavaliers to take one of the branches, while he, with the remaining 4, would take the other. Should either party be in danger, the blast of a horn was to be the signal for succor. The party of 5 had not proceeded far, when, in passing through a defile, they heard the voice of a man singing. Concealing themselves among trees, they awaited his approach. The moon, which left the grove in shadow, shone full upon his person as he slowly advanced, mounted on a dapple-gray steed of powerful frame and generous spirit, and magnificently caparisoned. He was a Moorish cavalier of noble demeanor and graceful carriage, arrayed in a marlota, or tunic, and an albornoz of crimson damask fringed with gold. His Tunisian turban, of many folds, was of striped silk and cotton, bordered with a golden fringe. At his girdle hung a Damascus scimitar, with loops and tassels of silk and gold. On his left arm he bore an ample target, and his right hand grasped a long, double-pointed lance. Apparently dreaming of no danger, he sat negligently on his steed, gazing on the moon, and singing, with a sweet and manly voice, a Moorish love ditty. Just opposite the grove where the cavaliers were concealed, the horse turned aside to drink at a small fountain in a rock beside the road. His rider threw the reins on his neck to let him drink at his ease, and continued his song. The cavaliers whispered with each other. Charmed with the gallant and gentle appearance of the Moor, they determined not to harm, but capture him. An easy task, as they supposed, in his negligent mood. Rushing forth, therefore, they thought to surround and take him by surprise. Never were men more mistaken. To gather up his reins, wheel round his steed, brace his buckler, and couch his lance was the work of an instant, and there he sat, fixed like a castle in his saddle. The cavaliers checked their steeds and reconnoitered him warily, loath to come to an encounter which must prove fatal to him. The Moor now held a parley. "If ye be true knights, and seek for honorable fame, come on singly, and I will meet each in succession. If ye be mere lurkers of the road, intent on spoil, come all at once, and do your worst." The cavaliers communed together for a moment, when one, parting from the others, advanced. "Although no law of chivalry," said he, "obliges us to risk the loss of a prize, when fairly in our power, yet we willingly grant as a courtesy what we might refuse as a right. Valiant Moor, defend thyself." So saying, he wheeled, took proper distance, couched his lance, and putting spurs to his horse, made at the stranger. The latter met him in mid-career, transpierced him with his lance, and threw him from his saddle. A second and a third succeeded, but were unhorsed with equal facility, and thrown to the earth, severely wounded. The remaining 2, seeing their comrades thus roughly treated, forgot all compact of courtesy, and charged both at once upon the Moor. He parried the thrust of one, but was wounded by the other in the thigh, and in the shock and confusion dropped his lance. Thus disarmed and closely pressed, he pretended to fly, and was hotly pursued. Having drawn the 2 cavaliers some distance from the spot, he wheeled short about, with one of those dexterous movements for which the Moorish horsemen were renowned, passed swiftly between them, swung himself down from his saddle so as to catch up his lance, then, lightly replacing himself, turned to renew the combat. Seeing him thus fresh for the encounter, as if just issued from his tent, one of the cavaliers put his lips to his horn and blew a blast that soon brought the alcaide and his 4 companions to the spot. Narvaez, seeing 3 of his cavaliers extended on the earth, and 2 others hotly engaged with the Moor, was struck with admiration, and coveted a contest with so accomplished a warrior. Interfering in the fight, he called upon his followers to desist, and with courteous words invited the Moor to a more equal combat. The challenge was readily accepted. For some time the contest was doubtful, and the alcaide had need of all his skill and strength to ward off the blows of his antagonist. The Moor, however, exhausted by previous fighting and by loss of blood, no longer sat his horse firmly, nor managed him with his wonted skill. Collecting all his strength for a last assault, he rose in his stirrups and made a violent thrust with his lance. The alcaide received it upon his shield, and at the same time wounded the Moor in the right arm. Then closing in the shock, grasped him in his arms, dragged him from his saddle, and fell with him to the earth. When putting his knee upon his breast, and his dagger to his throat, "Cavalier," exclaimed he, "render thyself my prisoner, for thy life is in my hands." "Kill me rather," replied the Moor, "for death would be less grievous than loss of liberty." The alcaide, however, with the clemency of the truly brave, assisted him to rise, ministered to his wounds with his own hands, and had him conveyed with great care to the castle of Alhambra. His wounds in a few days were nearly cured, but the deepest had been inflicted on his spirit. He was constantly buried in a profound melancholy. The alcaide, who had conceived a great regard for him, treated him more as a friend than a captive, and tried in every way to cheer him, but in vain. He was always sad and moody, and, when on the battlements of the castle, would keep his eyes turned to the south, with a fixed and wistful gaze. "How is this," exclaimed the alcaide, reproachfully, "that you, who were so hardy and fearless in the field, should lose all spirit when a captive? If any secret grief preys on your heart, confide it to me, as to a friend, and I promise on the faith of a cavalier that you shall have no cause to repent the disclosure." The Moorish knight kissed the hand of the alcaide. "Noble cavalier," said he, "that I am cast down in spirit is not from my wounds, which are slight, nor from my captivity, for your kindness has robbed it of all gloom, nor from my defeat, for to be conquered by so accomplished and renowned a cavalier is no disgrace. But to explain the cause of my grief, it is necessary to give some particulars of my story, and this I am moved to do by the sympathy you have manifested towards me, and the magnanimity that shines through all your actions. Know, then, that my name is Abendarez, and that I am of the noble but unfortunate line of the Abencerrage. You have doubtless heard of the destruction that fell upon our race. Charged with treasonable designs, of which they were entirely innocent, many of them were beheaded, the rest banished, so that not an Abencerrage was permitted to remain in Granada, excepting my father and my uncle, whose innocence was proved, even to the satisfaction of their persecutors. It was decreed, however, that, should they have children, the sons should be educated at a distance from Granada, and the daughters should be married out of the kingdom. Conformably to this decree, I was sent, while yet an infant, to be reared in the fortress of Cartama, the alcaide of which was an ancient friend of my father. He had no children, and received me into his family as his own child, treating me with the kindness and affection of a father, and I grew up in the belief that he really was such. A few years afterward, his wife gave birth to a daughter, but his tenderness toward me continued undiminished. I thus grew up with Zarissa, for so the infant daughter of the alcaide was called, as her own brother. I beheld her charms unfolding, as it were, leaf by leaf, like the morning rose, each moment disclosing fresh sweetness and beauty, and thought the growing passion which I felt for her was mere fraternal affection. At length one day I accidentally overheard a conversation between the alcaide and his confidential domestic, of which I found myself the subject. In this I learnt the secret of my real parentage, which the alcaide had withheld from me as long as possible, through reluctance to inform me of my being of a proscribed and unlucky race. It was time now, he thought, to apprise me of the truth, that I might adopt a career in life. I retired without letting it be perceived that I had overheard the conversation. The intelligence it conveyed would have overwhelmed me at an earlier period. But now, the intimation that Zarissa was not my sister operated like magic. In an instant, the brotherly affection with which my heart at times had throbbed almost to excess was transformed into ardent love. I sought Zarissa in the garden, where I found her in a bower of jessamines, arranging her beautiful hair in the mirror of a crystal fountain. I ran to her with open arms, and was received with a sister's embraces, upbraiding me for leaving her so long alone. We seated ourselves by the fountain, and I hastened to reveal the secret conversation I had overheard. "Alas!" cried she, "then our happiness is at an end." "How?" cried I. "Wilt thou cease to love me because I am not thy brother?" "Alas, no," replied she, gently withdrawing from my embrace. "But when it is once made known we are not brother and sister, we shall no longer be permitted to be thus always together." In fact, from that moment our intercourse took a new character. We met often at the fountain among the jessamines, but Zarissa no longer advanced with open arms to meet me. She became reserved and silent, and would blush and cast down her eyes when I seated myself beside her. My heart became a prey to the thousand doubts and fears that ever attend upon true love. Restless and uneasy, I look back with regret to our unreserved intercourse when we supposed ourselves brother and sister. Yet I would not have had the relationship true for the world. While matters were in this state between us, an order came from the King of Granada for the alcaide to take command of the fortress of Coin on the Christian frontier. He prepared to remove, with all his family, but signified that I should remain at Cartama. I declared that I could not be parted from Zarissa. "That is the very cause," said he, "why I leave thee behind. It is time, Abendarez, thou shouldst know the secret of thy birth. Thou art no son of mine, neither is Zarissa thy sister." "I know it all," exclaimed I, "and I love her with tenfold the affection of a brother. You have brought us up together. You have made us necessary to each other's happiness. Our hearts have entwined themselves with our growth. Do not now tear them asunder. Fill up the measure of your kindness. Be indeed a father to me, by giving me Zarissa for my wife." The brow of the alcaide darkened as I spoke. "Have I then been deceived?" said he. "Have those nurtured in my very bosom been conspiring against me? Is this your return for my paternal tenderness, to beguile the affections of my child, and teach her to deceive her father? It would have been cause enough to refuse thee the hand of my daughter, that thou wert of a proscribed race, who can never approach the walls of Granada. This, however, I might have passed over, but never will I give my daughter to a man who has endeavored to win her from me by deception." All my attempts to vindicate myself in Zarissa were unavailing. I retired in anguish from his presence, and seeking Zarissa, told her of this blow, which was worse than death to me. "Zarissa," said I, "we part forever. I shall never see thee more. Thy father will guard thee rigidly. Thy beauty and his wealth will soon attract some happier rival, and I shall be forgotten." Zarissa reproached my want of faith, and promised eternal constancy. I still doubted and desponded, until, moved by my anguish and despair, she agreed to a secret union. Our espousals made, we parted, with a promise on her part to send me word from Coin, should her father absent himself from the fortress. The very day after our secret nuptials, I beheld the whole train of the alcaide depart from Cartama, nor would he admit me to his presence, nor permit me to bid farewell to Zarisa. I remained at Cartama, somewhat pacified in spirit by our secret bond of union, but everything around fed my passion and reminded me of Zarisa. I saw the window at which I had so often beheld her. I wandered through the apartment she had inhabited, the chamber in which she had slept. I visited the bower of jessamines, and lingered beside the fountain in which she had delighted. Everything recalled her to my imagination, and filled my heart with melancholy. At length a confidential servant arrived with a letter from her, informing me that her father was to depart that day for Granada on a short absence, inviting me to hasten to Coin, describing a secret portal at which I should apply, and the signal by which I would obtain admittance. If ever you have loved, most valiant alcaide, you may judge of my transport. That very night I arrayed myself in gallant attire, to pay due honor to my bride, and arming myself against any casual attack, issued forth privately from Cartama. You know the rest, and by what sad fortune of war I find myself instead of a happy bridegroom in the nuptial bower of Coin, vanquished, wounded, and a prisoner within the walls of Alhambra. The term of absence of the father of Zarisa is nearly expired. Within 3 days he will return to Coin, and our meeting will no longer be possible. Judge, then, whether I grieve without cause, and whether I may not well be excused for showing impatience under confinement. Don Rodrigo was greatly moved by this recital, for, though more used to rugged war than scenes of amorous softness, he was of a kind and generous nature. "Abendarez," said he, "I did not seek thy confidence to gratify an idle curiosity. It grieves me much that the good fortune which delivered thee into my hands should have marred so fair an enterprise. Give me thy faith as a true knight to return prisoner to my castle within 3 days, and I will grant thee permission to accomplish thy nuptials." The Abencerrage, in a transport of gratitude, would have thrown himself at his feet, but the alcaide prevented him. Calling in his cavaliers, he took Abendarez by the right hand, in their presence, exclaiming solemnly, "You promise, on the faith of a cavalier, to return to my castle of Alhambra within 3 days, and render yourself my prisoner?" And the Abencerrage said, "I promise." Then said the alcaide, "Go, and may good fortune attend you. If you require any safeguard, I and my cavaliers are ready to be your companions." The Abencerrage kissed the hand of the alcaide in grateful acknowledgment. "Give me," said he, "my own armor and my steed, and I require no guard. It is not likely that I shall again meet with so valorous a foe." The shades of night had fallen, when the tramp of the dapple-gray steed resounded over the drawbridge, and immediately afterwards the light clatter of hoofs along the road bespoke the fleetness with which the youthful lover hastened to his bride. It was deep night when the Moor arrived at the castle of Coin. He silently and cautiously walked his panting steed under its dark walls, and having nearly passed round them, came to the portal denoted by Zarisa. He paused, looked round to see that he was not observed, and knocked 3 times with the butt of his lance. In a little while the portal was timidly unclosed by the duenna of Zarisa. "Alas, señor," said she, "what has detained you thus long? Every night have I watched for you, and my lady is sick at heart with doubt and anxiety." The Abencerrage hung his lance and shield and scimitar against the wall, and followed the duenna with silent steps up a winding staircase to the apartment of Zarisa. Vain would be the attempt to describe the raptures of that meeting. Time flew too swiftly, and the Abencerrage had nearly forgotten, until too late, his promise to return a prisoner to the alcaide of Alhambra. The recollection of it came to him with a pang, and woke him from his dream of bliss. Zarissa saw his altered looks, and heard with alarm his stifled sighs. But her countenance brightened when she heard the cause. "Let not thy spirit be cast down," said she, throwing her white arms around him. "I have the keys of my father's treasures. Send ransom more than enough to satisfy the Christian, and remain with me." "No," said Abencerrage. "I have given my word to return in person, and, like a true knight, must fulfill my promise. After that, fortune must do with me as it pleases." "Then," said Zarissa, "I will accompany thee. Never shalt thou return a prisoner, and I remain at liberty." The Abencerrage was transported with joy at this new proof of devotion in his beautiful bride. All preparations were speedily made for their departure. Zarissa mounted behind the Moor on his powerful steed. They left the castle walls before daybreak, nor did they pause until they arrived at the gate of the castle of Alhambra. Alighting in the court, the Abencerrage supported the steps of his trembling bride, who remained closely veiled, into the presence of Rodrigo de Narvaez. "Behold, valiant alcaide," said he, "the way in which an Abencerrage keeps his word. I promised to return to thee a prisoner, but I deliver 2 captives into thy power. Behold Zarissa, and judge whether I grieved without reason over the loss of such a treasure. Receive us as thine own, for I confide my life and her honor to thy hands." The alcaide was lost in admiration of the beauty of the lady and the noble spirit of the Moor. "I know not," said he, "which of you surpasses the other, but I know that my castle is graced and honored by your presence. Consider it your own, while you deign to reside with me." For several days the lovers remained at Alhambra, happy in each other's love and in the friendship of the alcaide. The latter wrote a letter to the Moorish king of Granada, relating the whole event, extolling the valor and good faith of the Abencerrage, and craving for him the royal countenance. The king was moved by the story, and pleased with an opportunity of showing attention to the wishes of a gallant and chivalrous enemy. For though he had often suffered from the prowess of Don Rodrigo de Narvaez, he admired his heroic character. Calling the alcaide of Coin into his presence, he gave him the letter to read. The alcaide turned pale and trembled with rage on the perusal. "Restrain thine anger," said the king. "There is nothing that the alcaide of Alhambra could ask that I would not grant, if in my power. Go thou to Alhambra, pardon thy children, take them to thy home. I receive this Abencerrage into my favor, and it will be my delight to heap benefits upon you all." The kindling ire of the alcaide was suddenly appeased. He hastened to Alhambra, and folded his children to his bosom, who would have fallen at his feet. Rodrigo de Narvaez gave liberty to his prisoner without ransom, demanding merely a promise of his friendship. He accompanied the youthful couple and their father to Coin, where their nuptials were celebrated with great rejoicings. When the festivities were over, Don Rodrigo returned to his fortress of Alhambra. After his departure, the alcaide of Coin addressed his children. "To your hands," said he, "I confide the disposition of my wealth. One of the first things I charge you is not to forget the ransom you owe to the alcaide of Alhambra. His magnanimity you can never repay, but you can prevent it from wronging him of his just dues. Give him, moreover, your entire friendship, for he merits it fully, though of a different faith." The Abencerrage thanked him for his proposition, which so truly accorded with his own wishes. He took a large sum of gold, and enclosed it in a rich coffer, and, on his own part, sent 6 beautiful horses, superbly caparisoned, with 6 shields and lances, mounted and embossed with gold. The beautiful Zarissa, at the same time, wrote a letter to the alcaide, filled with expressions of gratitude and friendship, and sent him a box of fragrant cypress wood, containing linen of the finest quality for his person. The alcaide disposed of the present in a characteristic manner. The horses and armor he shared among the cavaliers who had accompanied him on the night of the skirmish. The box of cypress wood and its contents he retained, for the sake of the beautiful Zarissa, and sent her, by the hands of the messenger, the sum of gold paid as a ransom, entreating her to receive it as a wedding present. This courtesy and magnanimity raised the character of the alcaide Rodrigo de Narvaez still higher in the estimation of the Moors, who extolled him as a perfect mirror of chivalric virtue. And from that time forward, there was a continual exchange of good offices between them. Those who would read the foregoing story, decked out with poetic grace in the pure Castilian, let them seek it in the Diana of Montemayor. The end. End of section 25. Read by Marissa D6, Largo, Florida, May 23rd, 2023. End of Chronicles of Wolfert's Roost and Other Papers by Washington Irving.